Oh, hello, hello, hello. Welcome back, everyone. Happy Wednesday. Hope you're all doing very well today. Let me pull up what economic news we have for today. I do know, I think the 10K for GameStop is supposed to drop today. And
The
let's
10K
see.
did drop.
Oh, did it? Okay, excellent.
The other sub is all over it.
Ah,
Morning, everyone.
It appears
morning.
Becky wins again with Lulu's earnings.
Oh, very nice. Up 16% in pre-market. And they just edged out higher than revenue and guided EPS.
Something like that.
Did they guide for like significantly better results in the future, or
It didn't work out. It must be.
oh, I see. You're still trying to use the old Reddit
I thought Discord
formatting.
was Markdown compatible.
It is not. It's truly not the platform for long form posts.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. So the big ones for me are Silver, Coke, and Chevron. Silver 421.21 puts for 35 cents or less. Coke $61 puts for 60 cents or less. And Chevron 157.50 puts for 320 or less. There are other plays, of course, but at least those three are the ones I'm particularly interested in, just because of how clean the reaction is against gamma neutral and gamma max and delta neutral.
Excellent. I'm adding a little section for anyone who's watching the stream called Hardy's Picks, but I guess this won't be very helpful if you don't know the direction.
They're all long puts. They're all long put contracts.
I just don't think that puts are the first thing that people will come to mind when I say Hardy's Picks.
I see. Well, you can always send them to the latest post.
Yes.
Hey guys.
Oh, welcome, Hendrix. And Winnie.
Good morning, everybody.
I just got a quick one if I'm good to go.
Shoot.
Absolutely are.
I just wanted to give a quick shout out to the direct registration numbers that GameStop put out yesterday. They're up to 76 million shares directly registered, 25% of the outstanding shares. That's an increase from last quarter of 71.8 million. And as of March 22nd, they're at 76 million shares directly registered. So honestly, as a GameStop bull, I expected the number to start to decay, but it is continuing to increase.
To be clear, the DRS numbers didn't increase by 71.8 million, right? It went from 71.8 to 76.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
4.2 million increase. 4.2 million shares directly registered over the last quarter.
The real spice, though, is the way that GameStop chose to report it this time, in that they didn't just report the DRS numbers, they also reported the total being held in Seed & Co. And when you do a little bit of math, and you minus Seed & Co. and from the total outstanding shares, you get basically exactly what's registered, plus about 25,000 shares approximately. So we're officially in synthetics territory.
Now, it gets a bit speculative there, but we do know that 25% of the shares outstanding are registered with Computer Share. So, good stuff.
Man, I wish I started CompuShare. I've invested in CompuShare when this all started, man.
Now, they've been around for a long time. Computer Share handles restricted stock units for executives and things like that. I know my company pays them about $10,000 a month to manage their stock compensation plans.
But they got an influx of business when certain events occurred.
Yeah, definitely. Public notice that they didn't have before, but they do good business and they've done it.
I was just about to mention GameStop. So the mention of being synthetic. So are people assuming that a good way to trade GameStop could be to do at the money calls and puts, basically like a straddle. So obviously, I imagine there's going to be quite a bit of volatility going forwards, up and
Well, the
down.
next earnings is in June, right? Give or
Yeah.
take. So
May, end of May, yeah.
it's confirmed. It hasn't been announced yet on
No, they
their.
don't have the date. It'll be within a window within the last week of May, first week of June.
Okay, so if we look at, I'd share my screen, but there are too many people here. If we look at GameStop's calendar, there's a June 16 and a July 21. So if you buy the June 16 strangle today, it'll cost you about, let's call it $7. You're burning 5 cents of theta every day, and your Vega exposure is about 4 cents. No, 8 cents.
IV is at a
IV.
52-week low, so that's something to notate when considering
Okay.
buying premium.
I agree. So you could potentially buy a GameStop strangle at the money, and then just ride the volatility increase between now and June 16.
Yeah, that's what I was looking. I mean, I'm not either bear or bull for GME. I think it's a stock that works in very weird ways. I don't really tend to entertain it personally. But, yeah, there's definitely something bubbling in the waters somewhere.
The way I see it, there won't be a massive run on the stock until, for whatever reason, the obligation to close the shorts goes away. So we have the failure to deliver that probably will happen this week, plus the reporting delay from the SEC. So we'll know about the failed to delivered shares mid-April, and then we can build up
Yeah.
some more analysis off of that.
You're referring to the volume from last week, the failure to deliver that'll come in from that.
Correct.
Yep. Anyways, thanks for letting us talk about GameStop for a few minutes. Whatever you guys want to move on to, all good.
Has anybody been looking at puts on Nvidia?
Which ones in particular?
Well, at the moment, I'm just debating whether I want to enter any kind of position at all, and I've been thinking about it. I haven't looked at any specific strike prices or anything like that. Yeah, but I think there's just so much hype around it, and I think a lot of it's just not going to be realised. And I mean, it's so inflated at the moment.
You feel like the AI itself is hyped?
I think I wouldn't. I'm just not 100% sold on it. I mean, I fully believe AI is the future, but at the same time, I can't. I just don't. I just see it as more of a buzzword. And I mean, for
So
me,
part
like
of
I look at
Look, if you don't understand the industry, then don't speculate and buy random
mindless. You
stocks.
never mention anything. Please shut up.
It's clear you don't understand the
Give us a
industry.
play then. Give us a play. Shut up, man.
So here's the thing about Nvidia as it relates to AI. Most AI models, for now, require all the data be inside one GPU. There has not yet been any developments to create a distributed compute AI that works at speed. So until that happens, the A100 chip produced by Nvidia will be in demand for in this case, I guess, AI farms or LLM farms. And that's where the money will come from. So if AMD or Nvidia can develop a higher VRAM graphics card or tensor processor, then the money's gonna flow in that direction. Right now, I
Nvidia is
believe
actually they've recently been rolling out their new H100s, which is the next generation after the A100s, and they're about like they're
okay.
supposed to be about 10 times faster than the A100s, and these are already like back ordered. Like there's literally companies waiting to get their hands. So Nvidia for the short term is definitely not going anywhere.
But surely you look at the valuation of the company, PE ratio being over 150. I mean, and their revenue that they actually bring in is so small. I mean, yeah, like I mean, even if it booms in the future and they can triple or double, like or quadruple their revenue, I just still don't see how the valuation of what 650 billion or something goes against an annual income of like 3 or 4 billion. I just don't understand it. I mean, it's similar with Tesla, but Tesla has started to slowly pull back on its valuations. But I mean, I just don't understand where the valuation of 650 billion comes from.
it appears the comments are saying we're outdated on our GPU knowledge.
They were just reiterating what I was saying about the A100s being the older generation. There's the H100s now.
So Nvidia back to 340 by next earnings, if they continue that trajectory.
And I mean, I know people, as I've said before, people aren't a fan of technical analysis, but there's been multiple times in the past where Nvidia has come up to a massive peak in a short run, and then it comes back down very fast as well. And I mean, I can personally see that happening again. Obviously, we've got all the AI news and the hype, but yeah, the valuation to me just seems way off, regardless of if their new A100 or H100 chip does well. It doesn't matter.
Individual,
Like,
have you done any research into sort of what
it's not about
Nvidia?
it's not about the
Have you done
research.
any research into what
It's
they've
about
got
the
planned,
financials.
and but
I
have you
don't
done any
care what they
research
have
into
planned.
actually what the company is doing, and maybe why people are speculating that it's going to be, maybe why people are willing to pay
I
this amount?
mean, personally, I don't
Maybe
care
if you
about. I
maybe if
don't
you
care
spend a
about
bit of
what they.
time, I can send you a
Okay.
video from
I
one
mean,
of
you
their
asked me a
recent.
question. I'm trying to answer. And
Go ahead, go ahead.
said I don't care about necessarily what they're saying. I'm saying revenue does not match up with the valuation.
So do you think a company's worth is 100% based on their revenue?
No, I didn't state that.
So then I don't really understand your point then. You're saying that the revenue doesn't match the valuation.
So I understand
But
what you're saying.
clearly,
Here, if I can be another party, just to break this up too.
sure.
I do understand from the overvaluing perspective individual. And I also understand from mindless perspective that they are going to be an ongoing force in the world of AI, whether you understand it or not. It's been around for 10 plus years. AI in general, it's just been a bigger buzzword now. But they do have the chips that, chat GPTs and the predecessors are going to need. So that is a bullish sentiment for it. I don't want to speak on his behalf,
They
but Luce
have.
also, hold on one second, let me finish my thought.
Yeah,
Luce also was very bearish on them too, and partially because of valuation, because he loves the financials and he's looked at that. So that's another thing going in your favor individual, but it is a fanboy stock, so it's hard to get in the way of a train, right? Yeah, I don't know if you want to short it or buy puts, but I think you both have valid points, right?
I've got another play if we want to get off that topic. This one's going to be a little controversial. So you guys know that yesterday a shooting occurred, another school shooting, right? Private Christian school. It's like it's sad, but I think
no.
there's a way to make a
Oh,
little bit of
don't you
cash.
say it. Don't
To
you
make a
say it,
little
Ron.
cash
Just
off of
stop.
it. Wait, what are you talking about? I'm just saying, like, there's gun
I'm
stocks.
saying, don't you say it. Don't you bring up
Let
the
him
school
finish the
shooting gun
play.
trade.
Oh, I'm not talking about the politics. I'm just talking about making money off of it. I'm a heartless son of a gun. So anyway, I'm thinking mindless investment. You've got the long and short of it, right? I'm thinking short gun stocks because, well, I mean, it happens so often. Maybe the market is a nerd to it, but back in the original big shooting, right, Sandy Hook on December 12th, the Smith and Wesson, for example, actually went into free fall. Their stock price just went. Now there may have been other factors that may have played into that as well. But they went from being at like $10 and being just fine to being at $8 and losing like 20% of their value. I think that we're going to see a huge push from the political left to ban guns, right? Because they just it keeps on happening. You're seeing a lot of news outlets pick up this story and just play it across everywhere because for them, they're saying the current system doesn't work. So I think gun stocks are a good short play currently.
So, fun fact, gun stocks always go up during liberal administration because of the exact same fair argument that you're posting right now, which is saying that essentially people claiming that guns are going to become inaccessible. So what happens is that people actually go out and buy up a bunch of guns for fear that if they don't buy them now, they won't be able to buy them later. So it actually works. It's almost the inverse of what you're thinking.
Am I that regarded?
Being a boom.
Gosh dang it. Okay. Well, I guess I'm just regarded. I mean,
We've talked about this before too. Sorry, Ryan, not to interrupt, but we've talked about it too. A lot of this bounce has gone away since about when Trump got, just time-wise, when Trump got actually elected. So back, like you're saying, back with Sandy Hook, up until that point, the gun stocks were quite volatile after a mass shooting, and usually it was an upward movement. So A, probably not enough juice, and B, it's probably quite the opposite of what you're saying now.
Well, just call me a professional regard then. I mean, I did do like 50% of my portfolio on a short-term options play. So yeah,
Yeah, I think unless you have like a major investor who you think is going to get spooked into selling their shares, anticipate it going up rather than down.
So hold on to them. So they'll probably double by the afternoon. Who knows? None of us know what we're talking about.
Okay, I think we've covered this topic enough. Who else has plays to share? Someone's asking about Meta. There's another round of layoffs, which is going to be bullish and shoot the stock back up into the high 200s. Most unfortunate. Huh? Someone asking about Schwab. Isn't there a threat of a bank run on them? My take on
if moms were posting memes on Facebook about, hey, we need to get our money out of Schwab, then I'd be scared. But I haven't seen any minions holding signs saying get out of Schwab, so I feel rather safe on that run.
What about the Disney backing away from the metaverse projects? They're laying off a good portion of their workforce too.
Just 50 people were working on Metaverse, so all of them will lose their jobs. The head of Metaverse won't lose their job. The other 6,950 will likely be coming from parks and entertainment and housekeeping and such. My concern with Disney in
7,000 off
particular,
each company.
is they're also slowing down the release of content for Disney Plus. So I'm wondering to what extent that will cost them subscriber growth. Because a large part of Disney's run was on the Disney Plus audience size and how quickly it grew relative to Hulu, Netflix, and the others.
Deere, the company that does tractors and stuff like that, just revised their earnings to be pretty positive, and apparently they also got a kick in the pants when the banking industry went down. They went from like 425 to 380-ish. So maybe possible to extract some gains there.
In lieu of the banking issues that happened over the last few weeks as well, does anyone know the main insurance companies that are working with the CDSs, and the insurance of them? So obviously, I'm guessing there's going to be some sort of hemorrhage of money from Silicon Valley Bank going down, etc., and them having to, I'm sure, having to
Silicon
pay.
Valley Bank is already under. The assets have been bought up by another bank. So
It's
what's
unlisted.
So
what's
there's
the
no.
thesis?
So no, I'm just asking if there's no impact on any insuring company
It's
for having.
already been settled,
Okay, I was just wondering. I didn't know.
of course.
So, if I could go back to the Disney thing for a moment, I do have actual information on that. So part of it is getting rid of the metaverse, but it's not really actually happening. They're actually rolling a lot of that metaverse work into their next generation storytelling team. And the next generation storytelling team is hiring right now at Disney. So they're growing that footprint for digital experiences. And, read into that what you will. I don't think I can talk too much more about it.
Has anyone figured out how Baba will be split 6 ways? The fact that it'll be split is almost a foregone conclusion, but it's unclear which company gets what part.
Again, all I've heard is that they're going to do it 6 ways and maybe equal shares is what it sounds like so far. But the exact buckets in those shares, no, I haven't read that or seen
Well,
what they.
their e-commerce arm versus their research arm versus their banking arm, those will all have different valuations. So there's potential room for arbitrage here. Short e-commerce, long banking, for example.
But you can't get those options until the actual shares are issued too, right?
It'll probably be distributed evenly, but you need to know what each company is made up of because that'll affect the valuation.
Yeah, and I did some of that when Alcoa broke off about 8 years ago too. But yeah, it can be quite lucrative. In the news, also, they just signed the federal government trying to get more of the defense chips built here, bringing some more of that on board. Didn't really see any companies mentioned, but I'm just going to bang the drum again on NOC, RTX, and General Dynamics. I think it's going to be bullish for anyone that uses chips in the U.S. defense sector.
We hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
We hear you.
Intel, a long-term recovery play. I don't hold any positions, but I know they keep disappointing when they report.
I have another play on a pipeline builder, right? Natural gas pipeline builder. They operate here in the southeast of the states. Their name is Spire. And so basically, they have built this pipeline. It was a $220 million project in Missouri. They make about a 14% return on what they've invested into this project because they are owned by they're the provider of gas, and the actual gas company are both owned by the same parent company. So regardless of whether there's demand or not for the natural gas, they actually have this really interesting arrangement going on where they can get that return. That ticker, for those asking, is SR. It's on the New York Stock Exchange. That is correct. It is also a dividend stock. Leap and Leopard, you make a good point. Yeah, they are not going to be building any new infrastructure. So those who currently own it own the means of production.
So my only play before opening is buying more shares in Nintendo ADR into DOY.
Crash Panda, we can barely hear you. What's going on in the background?
Yeah, man, I just walked into a Starbucks. I'm sorry.
All right, go on.
But yeah, I think over the next couple months they just gotta They just got a little pump last night. It looks like maybe it was from the Zelda gameplay footage that they released. I think with a Mario movie coming out and the announcement most likely this year of a new system by the end of the year, I think they've got a lot of upward movement that they can make this year. So I'm buying and holding.
Puts on E3, by the way. I mean, holy shit. Have you guys been following this? Pretty much every game company that gives a damn has withdrawn from E3 this year. And it's going to be a wasteland.
What happened?
There's just a bunch of companies. Ubisoft was the most recent one to withdraw. A bunch of people are just like not going to E3 this year. I don't exactly know why. That they just decided not to go. Could be a pretty lame conference. They're already making jokes about the Tumbler ball pit. They're already making jokes about how that's going to be E3 this year.
Unhygienic, disgusting. A ball pit actually is a really good metaphor for Tumblr.
I agree. Okay, so I did enter the Visa play, by the way, guys. I did the thing. So that happened. I talked about it on here yesterday, so you all know what's up.
There was some interesting options activity for Cisco recently. So apparently there were about $400,000 worth of puts that are targeting a price anywhere from like $40 to $55 over the last 3 months. So just it's kind of interesting. Somebody knows something big is about to happen, it seems like, throwing around that amount of money, and it's going to be pretty negative for Cisco. And plus, if you believe in indicators, RSI is approaching the overbought territory.
Cisco's highly cyclical, so if there was ever a time to believe an oscillating indicator, I would say Cisco's probably the stock to believe it on. This is my personal opinion. So I'm thinking about calls on Owens Corning, ticker OC.
Because it has the word corn in it, of course.
What was that?
Because it has the word corn in it, of course. We all know that the word corn is obviously an indicator of gains.
Yes, I'm very bullish on it, on corn here in Ohio. But no, I drive past Owens Corning's research headquarters basically every day. And today, the last few weeks, they've slowly started to have like more and more people back at their research headquarters. And now it's just absolutely packed, including the visitors lot. And I'm just thinking maybe they're doing a thing. So calls dated out 6 months. Hopefully they announce something. I'm going to take a look at them. They're kind of expensive, so I need to figure out exactly how I'm going to play this.
What ticker was that, sorry?
Owens Corning, ticker OC. Actually, they're not as expensive as I thought. All right. So anyway, this is a completely speculative play, guys. I mean, literally, it's me looking at a parking lot. That's not. It's like the weakest DD of all time.
I mean, the construction industry is meant to boom this year anyway. I think there's going to be a whole load of house building. I know construction's starting to pick up over in the UK, so I can't talk for America.
Called it's your own version of like a channel check. So, it's a very hedgy move of you.
I mean, it's just these little things I notice, Oh, and somebody finally actually put together a website to track pizza orders near the Pentagon after midnight, which is great because when pizza orders at the Domino's and Donato's Pizza closest to the Pentagon spike after midnight, it means military brass is working long, late hours, which means typically defense contracts are about ready to be awarded out to the big guys. So I love whoever put together this website that actually now tracks the pizza orders. And it's like just open source intelligence on if they're going to be giving out defense contracts. I love it.
Just pizza, or do they have like, fancier stuff? Because you could probably like determine people's ranks by how expensive their order is, right?
Yeah, no, it's not anything like that. It's just volume of pizza orders over time.
I think that's so. Quick question: what's this website?
I was going to say the ratio is Donato's over Domino's is going to tell you how high the rank is. That's the ratio. But what's the website's called?
Only the top brass buys pineapple on their pizza.
You got to get some pineapple and tahini on the pineapple, just to be clear.
I definitely feel like this is one of those things that is going to get shut down real quick if it really does exist.
I'm sure they'll just shift to a different food service provider.
An easy way to know if something's happening at the Pentagon is if the level 3 parking lot is full at night or early in the morning. Like if you have someone that lives there, because that means that there's probably military action somewhere overseas, and then defense stocks like Raytheon and like Northrop
Oh my
Grumman,
god.
they'll spike a little bit. That's how you trade
Y'all
those.
stop.
Curious to see how pending home sales will change at 10 o'clock. If it goes up, meaning there are more pending home sales than the previous month, it implies more and more people are trying to sell or get out of their home, or there are fewer buyers. If it's down, it just means the demand is still there. We're not yet in real estate crash territory.
the Case-Shiller index came out, and that was the 7th month in a row that prices had dropped. So I could see it continuing to go down.
I will say one of the interesting ideas that Schiller put forward was this. He basically said that you'll never make money or you lose money on real estate. It just adjusts almost directly in line with inflation. So I guess I'm curious to know, like, do you happen to know if it is above the level of inflation when you like adjusted for like maybe the last 20 years, or is it somewhat in line with where it should be?
I personally don't know, so I'll go ahead if you do.
I would say whoever said that I'd be suspicious of, given that Thomas Piketty's Capital is a 697 book that basically proves that's not true. It basically proves out that real returns on capital investment, including land, outperform the S&P 500 over a 20-year course. And he just proves it over and over again, chapter after chapter, for almost 700 damn pages. So
I mean, I'm not the one who said it.
kinda...
Robert Schiller said it, and he's the guy who, like, I didn't say it. A Nobel Prize laureate said it. So, I mean, I'm just asking.
Right. I mean, Piketty's got one of those too, so I guess we can.
Yeah, man. I'll put my PhD Nobel Prize laureate against yours.
We'll have them fight it out, BattleBot style, right? Yeah. No, I mean, my supposition would be that it's at least keeping pace with inflation, but notably, home prices have started to decline in the U.S. over the last few months. So that's kind of interesting because inflation's plateaued, but not really dropped heavily. Yet home prices are now coming downward. But that could just be because interest rates are so high that they have to move down. I know someone who just bought a house, and my God, the interest he's paying on that house loan, I don't know. It's rough. He was even a prime borrower, and still it's high now.
It's only high if you're looking at the recent history. Historically, we're still pretty low if you look any time before 2008. So it's not really a good indicator that the interest rates need to come down.
Well, I'm only 35, so that's probably why my perspective on this is completely skewed.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're both right. The cost of borrowing has gone up a ton in the last year, but historically it's low.
But I believe last time we had new homes report, there was still some heat in the market, right? People were still buying, and new homes were still being built. So
yeah. I wonder about the rate of home building, though. I don't know if that's been accelerating or not. I think I find that very interesting because, like, the narrative was that homes weren't being built to keep up with supply, which might be true. It might not be the right type of home or something like that, but it seems like the home builders are pretty active from what I've heard otherwise. So it's like, how does that net out? I don't know.
I mean, I guess we could look at whether or not the housing inventory has actually increased, because if it has, then that could be one of the factors pushing prices down.
Oh, Google's pretty cool still. I did a 2-word search and found a pretty nice looking graph. I mean, looks like it kind of bottomed out at the beginning of 2022, and the inventory, at least in Florida, has been increasing a bit, 40,000 to 80,000 over the course of 2022 to now. So some increasing inventory, probably because of rates.
Yeah, I'm seeing the same thing, but it's real gentle. It's not like a significant change in the inventory, but it is a change in the direction of the inventory from going decreasing to actually increasing now, and that might be significant.
Right.
I just look at it, and I think the average house is 7 to 8 year turnover rate. So people sell in 7 or 8 years, and younger people sell even faster and upgrade. And that velocity is going to have, with the interest rates, it's going to have to drive pricing down, right?
I mean, I think it sounds like a factor that would drive prices down, but there are a lot of stabilizing forces right now in the market. One is that employment is high. Two is that people who are currently homeowners are going to be a lot less likely to sell their homes and then buy a new home right now, because what they'd be doing is just losing money on the interest. There's so much more motivation to stay in your current mortgage than to actually sell that house and take on a new mortgage. So, those factors are going to stabilize the housing prices a lot.
Yeah, that's been my math. I kind of bought a house not quite exactly in the area that I wanted. I mean, it's not bad, but I thought, oh, if there's a recession, this area will get impacted a little bit less than the really desirable parts that I was quite interested in buying in. But yeah, I feel like prices aren't going to compress enough to make that transaction worthwhile, because you got to sell one, you got to buy the other, and you're probably locking in a higher rate depending on when you bought. I think there's some stat like 99% of all mortgages right now are less than the prevailing mortgage rate. So, like, everyone's got that same math. If you sold one and bought another, you're necessarily going to pay a higher rate. I don't think that math sits very well with most people.
No,
The
and
thing about that, the reason why very few mortgages are going at the prevailing rate is most new mortgage applications now are for ARMs, adjustable rate mortgages, and they're using the teaser rates to buy time in the hope that federal fund rates comes down in the next 2-3 years, or however long the teaser period lasts.
What's an ARM rate right now? Like 2% or something, or 4%?
I haven't looked recently, but I imagine you can get it for 3.25%.
Oh, what's that give
For
you?
the
Like
first
3-4 years?
for the first 2 years, and then it'll reset based on SOFR plus whatever spread.
Yeah. I
yeah,
guess
you
if you keep your
see,
credit up, you could just refi into a fixed rate if it didn't pan out or something.
I imagine, yeah, that's what I think the strategy is, and that's why most fixed. That's where the 99% fixed rate mortgage statistic I think comes from.
so my wife and I got a fixed rate mortgage on our home right at the beginning of the pandemic, when interest rates were pretty low. They had almost just bottomed out, and we got a fixed rate at 3.25%, which was, for us, really good deal. But a couple months ago, she got accepted into a grad program. We were thinking about selling her house, moving closer to where she's going to school. But if we were to buy the same house, it would cost us tens of thousands of dollars more. And if we were to try to buy even at the price at which we bought back then, we would be buying a significantly smaller house. So what we'd end up doing is paying more for a smaller house. And
with
until
the
either
birth rate.
right, and then now with a variable rate. So if we were trying to get in on, with the same low interest rate, so we either have to see interest rates go down or housing pricing go down before that becomes attractive to anyone who bought during the massive, massive buy-up that occurred right at the beginning of COVID.
Well, so then you're probably thinking through the same thing that I am, which is, oh, well, if I did want to move, I feel like I gotta keep this house, and then what do you do with that? And it's like you either Airbnb it or you try and find long-term rentals, and then there's a management company, and I feel like that rationale, that line of thinking, is going through a lot of people's minds. And while not everybody moves, and while not everybody chooses to rent out their house, I think a significant number of people end up doing that. So there's probably a play in there. I don't know if it's Airbnb, on the supply side, or if it's some management company. Something there, I'm sure.
Yeah, it does seem to be a generational problem, and it'll probably be studied for years to come, I think, just because that entry point has become too cost prohibitive for people to change their position, as you guys have so eloquently put with your own stories, or even get into it for the first time. So I've never owned the home builders. I think the constant need for more housing will still be a bullish signal for them. I mean, if you look at the chart, they are actually outperforming the market this year. So even though we had rising interest rates and pretty much a transaction recession in the real estate market for all of these reasons, people don't want to move. It's interesting. So
You see, and what's crazy about this is that so a couple months ago we had a guy on who was in construction, and I remember he spoke a lot about D.R. Horton. That guy was super knowledgeable, but he was talking about the amount of lawsuits that they're facing because of shoddy construction. Where I live, Ryan Homes is a big developer, and honestly, like if you look at the buildings they're putting up, they are like fucking matchstick houses. Now, same problem. Within like 3 years of the house being built, just around the time when those houses are falling apart, Ryan Homes is getting lawsuits against them for essentially like breaching a host of warranties that they should have had in place for those new constructions. So I don't even know how safe those are. I don't know how safe the home builders are because I think they cut a lot of corners during the supply shortage.
So do we have a play here? Like, is there like
I'd say
bearish on
short.
home builders? I mean,
Here's the thing. I'd say short Ryan Homes, but honestly, their stock is so fucking expensive per share that you have to have a whole lot of money to even go in on a play. I haven't been able to find a play that I can make with my budget yet. It's not that I don't want to make a play. It's just that the stock price is so high that trying to buy puts on it is just insane.
and I will say this too, unfortunately, almost all homes eventually have problems, and homeownership is somewhat of a game of hot potato, in my opinion. Having moved and owned 5 houses as an adult, it's just hot potato. It's not just me, it's everyone. Um, so I don't know if it's really going to be shortable. If anything, they're still on a tear, the home builders, like I said, in general versus the market, and the prices of their goods are starting to come down. Lumber's at a 6-year low per 1,000 square foot, and supply chains have loosened. Again, I'm not a fan. I've never owned them, but I don't know if I'd go against them. They always seem to. They're kind of like roaches. They survive this stuff. This is kind of their MO. They've been doing it since the beginning of
building houses in suburbia since the 50s, right?
I have a friend at SEC. We'll go ahead and talk about fractional contracts. They already have fractional shares, right? I'm kidding, by the way. I don't actually have a friend at SEC. I'm just a regard like you guys.
I was going to say, do we have the same handler? What the hell?
Dude.
Speaking of being highly regarded, this is not really necessarily related to a direct stock play, but I got SEC registered transfer agent and the ability to issue my own shares for like this Series A that I'm working on. And then I was like, oh, I'll just test it out and issue myself some shares. And so I did. And then I was like, okay, now I'll just go reverse it. Well, it turns out if you actually issue shares of a stock through a registered transfer agent, and those are actual securities, you can't just go in and click a cancel button to get rid of them.
Oh no, how much trouble are you in,
And
dude?
they were like, what are you doing? There is a test version of this. And I was like, oh shit. Anyway,
Ask him if you
I
can
gotta clean
print them.
up.
Ask him if you can print them and put them on your wall, right?
Is this why it always sounds
Right.
like you're on this really crappy microphone? Is because you're on the run and you just have to be on your phone all the time?
No, that was because I was on this beaten up Android that if I kept for 2 months, I was able to get basically my contract renewed, and I just got a iPhone 14. So now hopefully I have a much better microphone now, but I'm in my car, so maybe it's still shitty. I'm not sure.
No, it's better. It's better. It's way better, actually. So, and welcome to the ecosystem. One of us. One of.
Yeah, I got the blue dots now when I message people, which is the main reason I purchased this.
Yeah. Tim Apple's been stubborn on that one.
Come to Zion.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Wednesday.
Good morning. Man, everybody in the chat's just like, I want meme stocks. Well, guys, I have a meme for you. It's literally a bank that's owned by a hedge fund, or at least under the table.
It should be like the end goal in life, to just become a bank.
All right. Have fun, everybody. Market's open.
That feeling when you're up pre-market and your long shares, and then your options trade is going against you. So the market opens and there's a horrible vertical line from green to red.
It always recovers by 10 o'clock after you sell it all.
Yeah, man, same thing. All my shares are up, but all my options are down.
Lay Theta gang has arrived. What up?
Yeah, I have a large options play in JD. So obviously yesterday I was singing a nice tune, but today it's kind of working against me a little bit.
Yeah, I'm also in JD as well. I went like I've gone pretty deep into it. I've got like 25% of my portfolio to calls for a true regard play.
Wow. Finally, somebody with similar conviction to me. Very nice. Are you long as well, or are you just holding calls?
No, I'm just holding calls.
Huh?
I've got 45 calls for June, I think, which I'm fairly fine with. There's not really going to be a problem getting that.
Yeah. What's your strike?
45.
Nice.
So I mean, I was waiting for it to see if the bottom was going to fall out or if it was going to reverse, and very, very slightly late, but I got in just in time. But it's paid like $2 contract, so it's quite expensive.
Yeah, I like JD. Almost 95% of my reason for it is the logistics aspect. So if they follow suit like Baba, I'll be a very happy man because I'd rather jettison everything except for the logistics.
Yeah, and I mean, if you want to do them comparatively to other large commerce stocks, especially American ones, they're really undervalued. But I don't know. Apparently, they're doing something with AI as well, which is always nice to have a buzzword in there. Can't remember exactly what it was. I was reading about it the other day, but my mind's gone blank.
Yeah, I'm sure with the coverage they have from a logistics standpoint, they probably have a crazy amount of data and they can probably train some models to do machine learning models to do like production sorry
Yeah, work on basic
like
efficiencies and things
yeah
like that. Yeah.
like shipping forecasting and such.
To be honest, I'm just quite bullish on like the Chinese economy anyway. I think it's going to be very strong this year.
Nice. My SoFi calls are up 25%.
Yeah, you guys have like ruined me on GameStop, man. I don't know what to say. I was out the other day getting a sandwich, and this like 20-year-old person was behind me, and he said, "Can't stop, won't stop," and I was like, "GameStop?" And then he looked at me like, "What are you talking about, old man? Like, what is this guy rambling about?" And I was like, "Oh my god, I've been ruined by WallStreetBets." Anyway,
What do you mean? That's where the saying came from. Can't stop, won't stop. Always has to say GameStop after that.
Yeah, what the
right.
fuck
I
did you
mean,
mean
that's
for you to say?
literally the phrase. Yeah, I mean, that's like literally the phrase. I don't know. He just doesn't get it.
What, Fortnite? What, Chuck E. Cheese?
The Miley Cyrus song, people. Come on now.
So what's the bearish aspect of SoFi? Did they like have terrible treatment of shareholders by issuing a lot of stock or what? Because like I
They
only
put
hear good things
shareholders.
about it.
They put shareholders in small sweatshops. We're just here. That's actually where I'm at right now. I'm here just looking at loan applications day after day. I have to carry 50-pound boxes of loan applications up and down the street. Yeah, so that's
So the
the
workman's
bearish.
comp bills are going to be heavy for them. Got it. That'll be a drag.
Yeah, exactly. But in actuality, their bearish case is they have a lot of connections to the educational lending the industry, right? So they would very much like it for the moratorium on educational loans to end. And so, they could have a huge pump in price if the currently passed laws go away and Republicans have their way. That's what I'm betting on, honestly, because I think there are too many boomers out there who are like, you know what? I paid my school loans. I'm going to screw everybody else over. They all have to pay theirs. It doesn't matter if it's more expensive than it was back for me back then. Anyway, personal feelings coming into that, but I do see SoFi as sort of a hedge against having to pay my own loans. If I invest enough in it and I still lose all out on it, then you know.
Okay, yeah, interesting. And I know there was a lot of insider buying in the depths of the banking crisis, which I guess we could, technically say we're still in. But yeah, I took a look at it, and every time people are talking about it in any of these like financial social settings, it seems like people are like really enthusiastic about the product. I actually switched over to it recently, and I mean it's good. I don't know. It's like drastically better than anything else that anyone could find, but from a stock perspective, it seems like it's been beat up a bunch, and if there's any sort of recovery in fintech, they would do pretty well.
It all depends on the legislative stuff, and who knows. By the way, for those who don't know, who don't like the music, you can just right-click on it, and you have the ability to adjust individual user volumes. Not sure if there are any Discord noobs on here, but I figure you would want to know. So wait, Discord will kill music? Are they afraid of getting sued or something for copyrighted?
BlackBerry to the fucking moon.
I have a play, guys, on the dollar. From starting from next week, the dollar safe haven bid is going to start. That means USD, because of the reason of being Japan, something is going on in Japan 4-hour and daily chart. So that will affect dollars in the short term, most likely next week. So the trade will be long dollar and short Japanese yen. You can also short your pound and euro dollar.
Why don't you just buy the Dixie?
Same thing, long dollars is equal to DXY.
Well, that's a basket of relative, like dollar relative to other currencies. So you're saying long dollar short these other currencies. You could just buy the Dixie. It's doing the same thing. I don't understand why you said long short.
If we're talking about movement and currency in like 6 hours, 58 minutes, the Bank of England is going to make a speech, and that will directly affect all of the banks, the GBP and the euro. So I think that would have a greater impact than worrying about Japan.
The reason of DXY going up can be due to the pound going down or euro dollar going down. So we don't exactly know like what is going on. Is it because of Japan, a yen short, or is it because of pound short or euro short? But one thing certain, like dollar is going to go up in like next week.
Can you repeat
Yeah,
what it was
means,
in Japan? Like, what was the negative effect in Japan?
The negative effect in Japan? No, basically, right now the traders were betting on the recession trade. So, that recession trade in Japan is because of negative, they call it negative carry, and that is quite costly. So, traders generally reduce the bet at periods of time. So, I think right now they might reduce that bet. So, USD JPY will go up. As for but this could also be the one reason of DXY going up, but the other reason could also be from UK, like something happens in UK and pounds started going down, so that could also influence the dollar DXY going up.
Like, I can understand if, like, after the employment rate, the retail sales, and the industrial production data for Japan comes out tomorrow, that there'll be movement. But the main thing for this week that would be a hard hitter would be the manufacturing PMI from China. Because I mean, their shit sells everywhere. So that is the one thing that always moves everything, even if it's just a little bit. Like some will move a little and some will move a lot. But I'd focus more on that.
And the Bank of England, this speech they're supposed to be making, is it assumed that they're going to announce something horrible, or are they going to try to address something horrible that's already happening and to dampen fears?
Hold on, where? I gotta check my text.
I think a lot of it is about the basically the shocks that might happen to the gilt market, and it's to do with a lot of the pension funds. And I think they're going to be basically doing a bit more scrutiny over what the pension funds are able to invest in, etc. Just because I think they see
It's actually a double whammy. So we have the Bank of England that's speaking, and then right afterwards, I don't even know how to pronounce this name, but someone from the ECB is going to give a speech too. It's kind of like what happened when Powell and Yellen had their speech at the same time. They'll produce a similar effect.
I know there's been discussion about loan approval rates rising and reversing a downtrend in the UK. It was historic lows or something, and yeah, the numbers have seemed to increase by a good, I think it's about 20 to 25%. Looks like Deutsche Bank is beginning to move as well.
Nothing.
Yeah, man, this is a pretty uneventful day.
Well, it is Wednesday, so one of the lowest volatile days. Lowest volume days, I mean.
Yeah, I was honestly kind of hoping for a little bit of a pickup after the last 2 days.
I mean, it did. Most stocks were trending up today. Besides Baba and JD, they went the opposite, but they were up yesterday.
All the exciting stuff happens on Thursday, though. Like the
Wednesdays,
jobless claims.
Yeah, unless there's like FOMC or whatever on a Wednesday. Like Wednesdays are typically really boring.
Let's see. Yeah, for Thursday, the three main things for the US, it would be jobless claims. For the UK, the ECB General Council's meeting. And then there's a bunch of stuff happening in Germany, so trading on the DAX would be good for that day too. Everything else is it looks mild. I think the ticker for DAX is like ODAX.
Coinbase is flying. So is Riot. Looks like crypto is holding up well.
Oh no, it's just DAX.
We'll try to have a pump this morning, but gonna lose all of it soon.
So I'm assuming people already talked about Amazon buying AMC, right?
I missed that. Can you detail a little bit more, please?
I don't think anyone's mentioned it.
Wow, how things have changed. Word is Amazon's looking to buy AMC as a distressed asset, so under the actual stock price. despite people pumping up the stock. But yeah, apparently that's the word, is that Amazon's looking to do it, and they have not come out and denied it.
This was just based off someone's tweet, right?
There were some things circulating around, but other sources have essentially said, how to best put this? It's been out for over a day now, and it's essentially at the point of Amazon hasn't confirmed it, but they also haven't denied it, and that says a lot.
I was watching AMC right when this happened yesterday. There was a release at 1:40 p.m. and around 1:45, 1:50 p.m. AMC jumped up about 15%. Now it's down, but Bloomberg also mentioned it during their Bloomberg surveillance show earlier today at around 6 a.m. That it was there was nothing confirmed. So it's switched now. Amazon was down yesterday, about 2 to 3%. Now it's back up, and AMC is down. So it seems like it's just rumor.
Would that make Amazon bullish?
I'm overall bearish on Amazon.
I mean,
for
I've got to
different
think an
reasons.
AMC purchase is small enough it won't really impact Amazon stock other than like people overreacting. I doubt the financials are impacted enough by that size purchase.
Yeah, I mean, they're spending money, right? So usually not bullish, but it would be bullish for AMC.
I mean, Amazon needs something. 'Cause they've been down for a while.
They need Jeff Bezos. That's the only way it's going to go up. Otherwise, it's going to zero.
All I know is I can't wait to get my free ticket to Avengers 37 with my Amazon Prime.
They've been talking about Amazon taking over theaters during the pandemic. It's been an ongoing story.
Yeah, but the difference is this one has actually put out that there's been an official, I believe an official bid made. And again, Amazon's not denying it. And usually this type of news, a company would come out and be like, no, that's just some random dude tweeting.
That's what it feels like to me.
I mean, I don't really understand what people are dissatisfied with Amazon about regarding the stock price because it's kind of performing broadly in line with the other mega techs, right? Like,
I
in
think
my
so. I
opinion,
mean, maybe outside of Nvidia. Yeah, that sounds about right.
right. So, I mean, if you're asking one of those to get you 50% when the others are doing 15 to 20 on average, I don't think that's how passive flows work, which is driving most of what's happening in those kind of stocks.
I mean, I don't think it's fair to say, though, that it's the Amazon stock price that people aren't enthused about. It's Amazon's financials that people aren't excited about. Yeah, sure, they're moving in line with some of the other stocks, but their margins are much tighter.
Correct. Their Amazon.com business is just fucking burning money left and right. I mean, even their Alexa business was losing billions of dollars. And yeah, that's B with billions.
Is that true relative to like 2019?
Yeah, they've apparently been losing billions on Alexa the past few years. And they just recently figured that out. I don't even know how they were losing. I guess their overhead on folks. But their AWS side has been their saving grace, and even that now AWS is struggling because people aren't as enthusiastic in the cloud, or maybe there's just not much cloud application as there were in the past few years.
I think there's also a lot more competition in the cloud.
Yeah, plus the competition, so you got that market share taken.
And then you've also got the problem that you've got AI moving into the space of design, which is also going to affect them.
Yeah, I mean, outside of the cloud problems, which they may or may not solve, their Amazon.com side is still their biggest revenue generator. So that business is struggling significantly, as you could tell, because people are going to the stores now, right? COVID's over, and they don't need the demand isn't as high as it was then.
Yeah, and also multiple other businesses have moved into that space. So when you look at what their moat looked like before within their sector, they were one of the only people doing home delivery. Now Walmart stepped into that space, Target stepped into that space. Almost every single, through companies like DoorDash and Uber Eats, everybody has moved into that space.
Yeah, absolutely. And outside of that, but it's like people are going to the stores now too. So it's like that takes away from Amazon also, and the other stores. And then you look at acquisitions. Shopify was one that I was hearing Amazon was going to buy, but the stock has since increased significantly since they were their target, which I think was January of this year. But outside of Shopify, look at their what was it the Rivian partner or acquisition or whatever. That shit went horribly.
Yeah, that's a dog shit play.
Yeah, they lost a fuck ton of money on there too. So if you look at their balance sheet, like it's dog shit because of Rivian.
I was told they're also getting into the cargo flying space to compete with FedEx and the likes of UPS and others. I'm not sure what happened to that. I just recall in Hawaii that they had their own planes for Prime.
I mean, they do, but then look at what happened to airlines over the last couple of years. I mean, fuel prices are about to go back up. You're out there trying to burn holes in the sky. You've got a labor shortage of pilots. Like, even that sector of their business has a lot to compete with. And it's not unique to them, but they have basically put money into a lot of areas of the economy that are currently in distress.
Oh, that's
that
why
also
FedEx went
reminds.
up.
Yeah, they had good forward guidance, I believe, from their last earnings call. But what you're saying about the commercial airlines for passenger transport, I guess I have a family member who works for a major airline carrier, and I do recall that they are doing a lot more cargo transport, which I've seen in practice with my flying like 8 to 20 flights per month. That a lot of flights are payload optimized now, which I think if there's a pilot on here, they could probably just explain better. But each passenger has a certain amount of weight that they could bring onto the plane, and I think also because Delta has switched over from Boeing's to Airbuses for a lot more of their flights. I think it's a combination of just carrying extra cargo because it's more profitable than passenger flying, as well as Airbus is having a different takeoff landing ratio thing, whatever. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. Over.
And yeah, all of what you're saying sounds accurate as far as I know. I don't know like what Amazon's fleet is primarily, but I do agree with you that cargo is where the money is at when it comes to transportation. I'm pretty sure Amazon's aircraft just do cargo though, so I don't think they're really affected by the passenger problems. I think the biggest things that they have to focus on in terms of what affects their aircraft and their fleet is going to be supply chain issues for parts, pilot availability because of people leaving that space and fuel cost.
But pretty much all the like shipping companies have been, for the most part, like laying off flight crews or putting them in a kind of like a suspended pay state. I don't remember what the exact terminology is, and increasing ground crews. So instead of flights taking off every hour, you now have flights taking off every hour and a half, and you have larger ground crews to deal with the flights because they're full. Like they're always full for the most part. So instead of a plane taking off with half or three quarters, that's the model that they're going with for now.
I think there's two more factors for that. Is that the air traffic controllers has a major shortage of those, and I know they come to DC and yearly for a lobbying meetup, and then pilots are aged out. A trader buddy, he retired from commercial airlines because at a certain age you're forced to retire, but then he moved over to a private charter plane airlines, I guess. I don't know. Just flying private jets with max 12 passengers, because apparently in the private space there's not a limit on flying age limit.
No, you're right. And then the private side, the main thing they look for is like if you were someone that flew like military and then you flew commercial, it's like you can fly for as long as you want in the private space, pretty much.
Oh yeah, that's his background.
That yeah, that makes sense.
So one company that I think is worth looking at in terms of transportation and freight is actually CSX. Now the reason that I think CSX is probably going to make some moves in the next 2 or so years is Virginia, DC, and North Carolina are going to be putting in high-speed rail that runs from essentially North Carolina to DC along the I-95 corridor. And CSX is going to be the company that's going to run freight on that high-speed rail. The passenger portion is actually going to be run, I believe, by Amtrak, which is like federally owned, or so there's really no investment opportunity there. But CSX for the freight side, I think, is going to be looking really good.
Just out of curiosity, do you know more details on the high-speed rail itself? Is it high-speed rail like the Florida one where it's like 125? Or are we talking more like Shinkansen?
I've put a link in the chat about the high-speed rail project.
Perfect.
Hey, where's that high-speed rail in Florida?
So they're currently building one, and it's going to be between Orlando and Miami. And by high-speed rail, I use that in a very loose definition. It is only going to go 125 miles an hour. I believe it's more expensive than a plane ticket from Orlando to Miami. Which is all it doesn't make any sense. But Orlando has been trying to get a light rail system around Orlando as well too. I know that's slightly different, but I mean, like, all of Florida has been basically trying to get this triangle of high-speed rail from Tampa to Orlando to Miami, and then obviously the final loop would be Miami to Tampa. And it's literally been fought and fought and fought over, but it would make life so much easier. And while traffic isn't as bad as it is in like LA, traffic has gotten really bad. You used to be able to go from Orlando to Tampa in about an hour and 15 minutes, hour and 20 minutes or so. And
now 2.5 hours.
Yeah. The other day I made it in 2 hours. So I mean, you're looking at almost doubling your time, and it's not anything like, I sat there through the traffic. Actually, I've gone twice now inside of 7 days, and there's just traffic there. There's no accidents. There's
Oh,
no nothing, and there's 3 lanes already on either side. So sure, you could
wow.
add an additional lane, but it would be much better just simply to reduce the traffic. And you have those issues as well going, not necessarily to Miami, because there's the turnpike, which is a toll road that is pretty quick, but it's just a really long drive. And to have an actual high-speed rail, if you could hop on Orlando, a high-speed rail to Miami in like an hour, that would increase the tourism, the interstate tourism between the two. So it would actually be good for both cities.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. I'm sold on light rails or rail of any kind, really. I used to live in Ohio, and we're always bullish on a Columbus, Cincinnati, Cleveland route. But that's been decades that people have been talking about it. It's never happened. So I don't know. Is this the rumor that sticks amongst all the other rumors about rail?
I mean, possibly, because as far as the light rail in Orlando, I know Disney has thrown a bunch of money at it. There was something that was approved because it was originally going to be from the Orlando International Airport to an area called iDrive, which is kind of like a center area between Disney and Universal. But then I
Yeah.
think Disney threw some money at it, and I think it's supposed to go directly to Disney. I don't know exactly how that's working out because I know there was a lot of hubbub about it.
Yeah. I mean, DeSantis is busy canceling Disney, so I don't know if them.
They're
I
like
don't know if them
really
getting behind the
anti-Disney.
initiative is a good or a bad thing.
Yeah, he took over the districting because they had their own private district. in which they kind of governed their district. They still paid their taxes and all that kind of stuff, but they pretty much ran the fire department, the electrical grid, everything that was on basically that their property they ran, and it was smooth. Unfortunately, now Orlando has absorbed like $7 billion in debt or something of running those properties. So now we're looking at like, do we have to like raise taxes in order to be able to pay for the additional infrastructure, the roads that were being built by Disney, the government basically, like I said, the fire department, all that, that now has to be paid by Orlando and Kissimmee.
It was more like a we want this, and then they realized, oh, this is gonna be a lot of upkeep. But we already have it now.
Yeah, everyone in Orlando wanted Disney to keep their own, you keep your property, don't give us additional bills and taxes, but that's not how the governor felt.
It's kind
I
of
think
like if it's not broken, don't try to fix it, and they did, and here we are.
Honestly, I think it was a Republican governor trying to saddle a Democratic mayor with more debt.
These goofy motherfuckers need to get their shit together.
I think Disney and their housing celebration area, I think that was always annexed to the county. It was annexed out of Disney once they built that area. I think that's a true statement. Is that anyone else know about that?
Yeah, they originally had owned it. It's technically considered the Kissimmee area, but they offloaded whatever they owned of that. They do still own not Celebration, but there's it's called Golden Oaks, which is physically on Disney property, and as far as I'm aware of, they still own a portion of that property, and it's all rich people that live like a mile away from Magic Kingdom.
I see. I thought Disney had only a few houses that were owned by the corporate, and they had the voting rights, and everything else they would give back. Well, okay, thanks.
Yeah, I also don't know exactly what's going. I do know they're moving their headquarters to Lake Nona, which is literally spitting distance from my house. And rumor has it that they're going to purchase an area over there as well too, for housing for their executives and stuff.
And they'll say they want that for orange groves too. Hey, it worked the first time.
Yeah, I truly do like living in Orlando, but I mean it has gotten so busy that it's almost horrendous because you need a car to get anywhere around here, and it used to be standard that you can get to anywhere in Orlando, no matter what corner of it, inside 20 minutes, via either toll road or I-4 or whatever it was. But now it's just gotten so packed that sometimes it takes you 20 minutes to get to the grocery store.
Well, just wait till we get the film incentive package back. Then Orlando will be more busy. That'll never happen though.
MegaCon in Orlando this weekend, so I'm excited for that.
Awesome, me too.
Anyone bullish Google or bearish?
I think there was a lot of bearish people that were Google here from the last couple days that I heard.
Yeah, I think Hardy had a play the other day that was Google puts. It's sitting at slightly above $100. It had a nice pop at open, but it's lost all its gain since.
All right, guys. Good luck trading today. See y'all tomorrow morning.
Good luck to you too. Mimi thoughts, those are my exact thoughts. There's a meme in the chat saying, come on, do something, stock market. I was just looking at that.
Could I go back to Amazon maybe buying AMSC? Is it okay if I talk about that for a sec?
Sure. I mean, nobody else is talking. Go ahead.
If Amazon does buy AMC, they'll keep it probably AMC as they did, or they won't like they did with Whole Foods. Do you think they'll keep it AMC or it'll just go to the under
No, it's a
Amazon?
bit. No, it's a big enough brand. It'll stay AMC, especially with the specific following that it has. I don't think you change that to Amazon movie theaters.
Yeah, great. Do you think that they still? Yeah, I understand that.
The
Do you think
thing
they'll?
is, once
I'm sorry.
Amazon
Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I could see something like AMC powered by Amazon Prime Video. I could see something like that, like, you know, where it's like the large moniker of AMC and then the smaller moniker saying powered by Amazon Prime Video.
You think it'll still be a meme stock?
No, because it'll be owned by Amazon, which means it'll be just Amazon stock. I don't think anyone will be really.
I got it. Gotcha. The reason why I'm asking, I work in major motion pictures for years, 25 years. And there was a day when AMC was a company where a big movie we made we knew it was going to come out a certain amount of time. When it came out, before it came out, I'd buy the stock in AMC. And believe it or not, when that big movie came out, the stock went up. That's changed. Nowadays, I don't go near things like AMC because it's a total different ball game.
Yeah, that's fair. I gotcha. Um, My actually really good friend of mine, one of my best friends, lives in New York, and he is also in the movie production business. Actually, for a short shout out to anybody that is going to MegaCon, he produced the movie The Moloch, which is going to be shown at MegaCon. So I'm super excited to see that.
Excellent, excellent. Yes. Well, I kind of miss those days where AMC was garnered by the movies that were being shown and the money they were making. It seemed that way.
Have you guys been to an AMC movie theater lately?
Yeah, there's a pretty big one on Disney that I recently avoid just because it's so much trouble to get down there. But yeah, no, it's a really nice theater.
Oh, they have some wonderful theaters with wonderful seats that go back, and some have little tables by them. It's an amazing theater. Used more, a lot more sometimes than just watching movie, going to see a movie.
Zima says, so high speed rail exiting exactly at AMC. That sounds like a joke, but it actually might, because the area that AMC is at is called Disney Springs, which is formerly known as Downtown Disney. And there's a very large I-4 intersection right there. So I'm not sure if the high-speed rail, or the light rail, should I say, would exit. It would make a lot of sense to build a station near that area. The other thought would be that it would be over by the Transportation and Ticket Center, but I think that might be already too crowded, and I'm not sure if the logistics were there. Whereas there's already an I-4 exit ramp that's directly off of right there by the Disney Springs area that they just made. So it would make a lot of sense to literally have the light rail follow that I-4 exit ramp area and probably have it like maybe like right across the street from Disney Springs. So yeah, I mean, it would be within short walking distance. Yeah, the parking lot city that is ridiculous over there. There's one, two, three, I think four really large parking lots now over in Disney Springs that are the size of buildings in downtown. Just to shift the subject, I wanted to kind of point out, I'm not sure if anybody saw that I was bearish on Walmart over the last week or so, but there was some news that recently came out that Walmart executives have been offloading $5.3 billion of stocks over the last 3 months. So I'm definitely going to extend that bearishness on Walmart.
There's something going on big with Walmart. All my friends that I know that I go there for years have been saying that something is going down. So there's definitely a big move happening at Walmart.
Yeah, so mine actually started with a personal experience as well too. I was going over to Walmart and to return some stuff from Christmas that my kids had gotten as a gift, and the computer system was down that they used because they said that they were um, trying to separate the gas station and make it a Sam's only gas station. So you had to be a Sam's only exclusive member. And obviously, I'm sitting here thinking, well, Walmart is, has such a high attendance that I know a lot of people would not be getting their gas there anymore. And it just made me wonder, why would you kind of shoot yourselves in the foot on that one? And then there was some closures up in Oregon because of all the theft and vandalism and stuff. And there was one other thing, and I can't remember what it was, but it was a lot of things that just made me think to myself, why are you doing all these things? It sounds like you would be making less money from each one of these moves. So I was like, that's what started developing my bearish. And on top of that, I was looking at the stock and it was going super bullish at the time. And I was like, this doesn't make sense to me why they're announcing these moves, but at the same time, it's bullish. Yeah, you're right. Shepherdess Ann, I believe her and I had a conversation last week about it. Ghost, WAL is running. Yeah, I actually had calls on them because they were a much more stable play during the bank contagion that was going on. So I was like, why not buy some calls? Because I didn't figure that they were as justified as a lot of the other pullbacks were. Living Avocado, yeah. Actually, now that you say that you were in Walmart and there wasn't that many people, the third thing that I was thinking about was why is all Walmarts closed now at midnight? That one really threw me off because I know there's a lot of people that don't work a 9 to 5 that can do a lot of their shopping, especially at least in my area. There was all of our Walmarts were full or not, or at least busy at night. You know, you'd still have to wait in like a 15-minute line. And that was the third thing that I forgot about. That's why it was bearish Walmart.
My Walmart here said they did that because of theft, late night, early morning theft, especially with the beer. It was close to the door. That's what they told me.
I'm not saying that the theft isn't or happening or whatever at late night, but the amount of money that you're raking in, at least in my area, to not have one or two locations strategically open all night is not a good idea.
As you guys said before, Walmart is using theft as just an excuse for something else they're dealing with.
Yeah, I agree. 100%. Peppa Power says theft doesn't hurt big business.
Yeah, it does. That's a fucking lie. Why do you think they spend so much money on cameras and security?
Well, everyone knows that the price of candy bars are as high as they are is because it's one of the most commonly thefted items. So, or stolen items. Sorry, not thefted.
Yeah, they end up bringing up the price of the goods when theft occurs. So, does it balance itself out though?
Hooray for music and shout out to Opinion for working his ass off on this. Zima says, yeah, but theft, loss, plus cost to keep stores open late greater than sales from keeping stores open those hours. Zima, at least in my area, the minimal theft that had to be happening, especially with the amount of people they had at the doors. I mean, there was like 2 to 3 people at the doors. I would imagine that from what I saw, the amount of sales that were walking out the door had to far exceed what little theft got out the door. Opinion, do you think it might be the amount of people in the room versus the bot being able to music play? How's the what? I'm sorry, say again. Oh, no, the volume? No, I think it's fine. It's the same volume that Reddit was. I don't think it's just the bot. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Because there are some people, like I was listening to Copper the other day, and he was bugging out. I just think it might be a Discord oddity. Thank you very, very much. I guess would this be an appropriate time to say throw up the Doge for opinion for bringing a music bot? It's in the emotions emoticon, I guess, so you can find it under there. It's about halfway down. May I ask one more favor? Is there a way to put the Doge in like the top WallStreetBets icons? Kind of like the Georgia icon? Yeah, it says top emoji in WallStreetBets, or yeah. Oh yeah, no, now I have it frequently used. Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, that was my bad. I'm so sorry. I've had to search for mine, and it finally popped up there. And I know I've thrown it up there a couple times, so I guess I just didn't do it enough. Yeah, this is number 3 on my top used monikers. I actually really like it when Ryler is on, because his little character that's next to his name is a crown. So it's Georgia pissing, and then it looks like he has a crown on top of his head. It's actually really cool.
Hey, opinion. Did they bring back the market cap for posting stuff in chat? Well, no, because the last couple of times I posted like GME or whatever, I get yelled at by the bot that it's under the 500 million market cap. Yeah, I think it was a Visual Mod was saying it was under. It was just during like after the morning talk, someone was asking, if anybody like made or lost money on the earnings. So I was trying to post some gain porn, but it kept yelling at me.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, so are we allowed to talk? Is there like a market cap limit in there?
Hey, Ryler, before you get talking, throw your Georgia sync emoji up real quick, just so I can. We were talking about this.
Yeah, you got it.
No, it just looks like it has a crown over Georgia. Watch.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, wait, where am I?
Yeah, there it is.
Oh, there it is. Do you see how the
whatever
crown lines up perfect?
his little icon is after his name just literally lines up right on top of Georgia.
But so you were saying there's no market cap limit in that channel? Yeah, and I guess like I do remember when we had the penny stocks channel, and there was were there issues with that kind of thing where people were naming things that they clearly were pumping? Oh, okay. Yeah, I did too, and like I'm not like whole hog into penny stocks by any means, but I do think, because I think there's a lot of people out there that are intimidated by options, and penny stocks are kind of like really volatile stocks that you can like buy tons of shares on, and like I think people should still base their research on the companies. Like there's a lot of like biotech stocks that have really good clinical trials in the works, and they are under the radar because they're low market cap, and it's unfortunate that a lot of people can't really talk about them much, but there is that issue of like people having bad intentions. But thanks for opening up the whatever the gateway to that. So I think from what I noticed, and I think other people did too, is that the stocks and options chat is almost like only text with like just a few GIFs peppered in here and there. So I think that's kind of why people gravitate towards that over the only text channel. I think those branch out organically regardless within the other sub channels. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I gotta run to a meeting in a little bit. So, but thanks for bringing me on again. Mm-hmm.
I wish somebody would pump the penny stock. Man, I just want to get out. No, it's called BOMO. They're like in the process right now of like beta testing. My understanding is they do kind of like shit, I can't remember the name of the name of like the big company that does it, but they do like AI software for like, you know, automatic hiring of people and like matching employers and employees. So it spiked like, you know, within the last 6 months, I think, to like, you know, it's a 000 penny stock at the moment. I've got like 10 million shares. I just want to get my like $7,500 back and just get the hell out. But who knows? Maybe something will actually happen with it, and I can, you know, make a couple of dollars, and I'd be happy with that too.
No, my actually, speaking of big winnings, I know I came back to, I haven't reported on it. Signature Bank, my puts cashed out yesterday, so I was very happy with that. It was real close. Like I had it like for a sale, I think, of $1 less than what the total amount was. So I had like $50 calls and $55 calls. So I had them up for sale for 49 and 54. And honestly, I probably left a little bit of money on the table, but I was just kind of like eager to get out at that point, and I had literally put that sell in every single day since the reversal. And then when they started trading on OTC yesterday, I got a little worried because I saw the stock drop to, I believe it was 40 cents at the time, and it had been trading for a long time. And I was like, that's like a 56-cent gain or something like that if someone bought my puts right now. But why are my puts not being bought? So I got really concerned. I actually jumped off of WallStreetBets. I went to call my broker, and literally as I'm dialing my broker, all of a sudden my put, and this is I think like 11 o'clock at this time or something like that. All of a sudden my puts started selling, and yeah, I mean, I only had 6 of them, so I mean, it was nice, but I mean, nice little gain. I'm setting a bunch aside for taxes, and unfortunately, we got the really bad news the other day that we're going to need to buy a new air conditioner. So I basically made enough for taxes and my air conditioner. 1000%. I'm not complaining. That is not a complaint whatsoever. I mean, it's funny that, you know, when life hands you like really good news, it's really, you know, offsetting news at the same time. So, you know, like I said, not trying to complain. I'm very happy that I am not going to be in debt because of my air conditioner.
Kind of sounds like the same thing that happened to me with my GME calls for earnings. Said I'll take that 600%, and oh shit, we had a big storm at my house and it took out the windshield on my boat. Well, there goes that money.
Funny how there's the great equalizer out there, huh?
That's part of the reason why I call payday transfer day. It just gets transferred from my account to someone else's.
Yeah, true that, sir. Slight spoiler. What was that? University of South Carolina, who holds the contract for being able to manipulate internet chat rooms for United States propaganda. I'd actually like to see a little link or article about that. That sounds like a fun read. Thank you. You could probably just drop that in a DM if you want, so that way you don't have to worry about. Oh no! Did it end? Was there like a loop to it or a time or? Zombie said we hit 200 and it kicked it. Yeah, we had over 200 when it had started. Yay.
Does it have something that like maybe detects like an open mic for an extended period of time and then tries to shut it down? Have you ever like set a stopwatch and see if it always ends after the same amount of time?
So close. So close.
everybody. So you know if you can hear me okay. My username on Reddit is Sterling Fox, but I swapped it for James and Giant Cock here. It's a running theme. So I should preface this by saying I don't know the specifics of all these companies, but from what I've seen, and I'd be happy if someone could correct me, but if I'm wrong, but earnings are coming in really, really nicely. So the reason I looked closer was because I had bought a lot of Lululemon, like a pretty big position, and I was just lucky. I thought it would do something in the next couple of years, but I didn't think it was going to pop like it did today. And that's the one that I have a bit of insight for as to why that's. I mean, it's not a play. I'm not going to pitch it because it's kind of done. Like I might exit it in a few months anyway. But I think it's really indicative of why the earnings could maybe influencing the market today and could have like a really positive influence. Because I was thinking a couple of weeks ago when things were like pretty bad, I was thinking like, oh man, if what could upend this, like, you know, this little bleeding of the market. It's just painful the way it was going for a while. And I was like, well, if big earnings come in, that's kind of what did it in last quarter. Was like big companies with big earnings, and it was just going in the face of all this turmoil, and they kind of that helped pull everything up. So I looked in the calendar and I was like, oh, there's nothing really important coming for a few weeks. Like I think a lot of the banks report in not next week but the week after, and that's usually a great like a good signal for how the market's going to go. But I saw I have Lululemon and I have a big position in Micron, and that was just lucky as well. So when I had a really good day today, so I was thinking, okay, well, let me go and look and see what else has come in the last few days. And from what I can tell, so the case for Lululemon being an important earnings indicator is that it's discretionary, but like on a completely different level. It's almost like its own level of discretionary. Like it's absolutely unnecessary in your life to own Lululemon. It's overpriced. It's not even that good quality anymore. And people who buy it, they're like cult-like about it. They have collections of 15 hoodies and stuff. So it's really an optional buy. If people are still buying Lululemon, I think that's a really good sign for retail, which has been beaten down lately. And then I don't have any insights on Micron, but I'm looking at the names of big earnings that have come in and beat. From what I can tell, so Jefferies Financial, they beat well. That's a financial company. Carnival apparently did really well. Everybody, I'm sure, saw the Walgreen boots. Another company, McCormick, which has been really beaten down. It's just a food packaging company. Like if you buy, I'm sure everybody in the States knows about this, but like a lot of spices and crap like that from McCormick. And I think that's a good signal as well, because it was just like, it's been really hurting lately. And then another clothing company, Philip Van Heusen, which is, I think, not as high quality as Lululemon. So the only thing that I saw that didn't beat earnings was Dave & Buster's, but I think it's pretty small and I don't think it's indicative. I just want to gather some thoughts maybe, like this is, that's 7 out of 8 companies that I can figure that had big earnings beats in the last 2 days that have like a significant, market cap. And I think that they spread over, like you've got financial, you've got tourism with Carnival, you've got, some athleisure, whatever that crap is. And then semiconductors. So I take it today, like my choice recently has been not to buy more of anything. Like I've just been sitting on about 80% equities of my entire, my net worth. And the risk I've been taking recently is keeping everything in. So if I'm going to choose, like, okay, do I want to bite off a bit more risk? The choice I make is, okay, I'm going to leave these equities in the market rather than take them out. And I think that I've been struggling with this the last couple of weeks. It's been really painful, but I think the sign so far, and I'll be, I'll adapt if it changes, but so far I get the impression that keeping equities in the market is a good idea right now, against all the posts on WallStreetBets, which are super annoying. But So interested to hear other people's thoughts. And also, I think if Lululemon drops, because it may do it does a bump up and then it could recede all the way down to like maybe +5 at the end of the day, or in a month it might be at that. And I would say that my conviction on Lululemon is quite strong because the cult-like manner in which they people collect these like trading cards or something, and it's totally normal for someone to have 15 hoodies or 20 pairs of pants, and they don't see it strange like that about every color. And the second reason why I think Lululemon is a good buy long term is because I live in Thailand now, and it's impossible to actually order locally here. You have to get jacked up with taxes. And from what I could figure out, they have like 12 to 15 countries where they do mail order and stuff. So you can go to Lululemon store in 12 to 15 countries, which means that there's 185 odd countries. And so I guess the conclusion is there's 30 important countries in the world that don't have access to a local Lululemon to go and buy it. So they may be very numerous in the States and stuff, but their penetration is completely untapped in places like Southeast Asia, for example. There's no Lululemons except Singapore. So that you've got a huge, like there's like 600 million people, give or take, in the area, and none of them can buy Lululemon. And it's just such a classic. It's like Abercrombie and Finch like 20 years ago, where it was like this Americana kind of thing. Foreigners want to buy it. So I think that the international expansion can drive growth, and the cult-like loyalty of the people. Like no one's gonna. Prices go up and demand doesn't go down, surprisingly, and prices have doubled in the last 5 years. So I think that they'll get to a point where demand will slow down, but it acts like a luxury good almost. Like prices go up and it's more, special, so people go and buy it. Those are my thoughts on how things are going. But I guess I've been so pessimistic the last few weeks, like just trying to figure out what I do. And I think today is the first step in a signal that I'm going to leave things in the market and see how things go.
So I have a couple different thoughts, like kind of like in tally to that. So what you were making me thinking about, seeing as Lulu was a luxury stock, that actually made me kind of think about Scald's bullishness on Visa yesterday, especially with the highest debt in history of like $1 trillion of credit card debt. And the fact, to me, if people are just buying them as a collectors, that means that people are getting into more and more debt issues with not necessarily looking at the impending recession that's coming up. So Visa's earnings is April 25th. So I think I might take a call out on Visa, who actually beat their last quarterly earnings by a pretty healthy amount as well too. So it makes me think that the majority of society is getting into trouble, which makes me actually bearish Lulu on long, especially with the fact that I'm a believer that there's a recession. And it sounds like to me like you're a believer that there's a recession coming up. So if it's a luxury good, and at the rate that it spiked, it sounds like it would reverse fairly quickly as well too.
Yeah. Anybody else? Because I can respond a bit to that. I have a couple thoughts. I like the Visa angle. That's interesting. I don't doubt that people have massive debt on this. I don't think it's going to stop spending though. I think that the Instagram kind of like what's it called, like aspirational lifestyle, it's the popular lifestyle now isn't going to clubs or anything. It's really like going and doing workouts and videotaping yourself and doing like an ab workout or something. And so if you take someone who lives in like the Midwest, like just middle income, and you like an army wife or something like that, like their ideal life is like being this Lululemon kind of workout freak, and that's what's really cool lately. And so I think that if you take that lifestyle, you can cut out eating out. You don't have to go out and drink. You don't have to buy like tech or fancy this or jewelry. If all they're spending on, and some of the girls do really spend only on Lululemon. So for them, like every Friday they go out and get a hoodie or some leggings. I don't even know what, but for them, that's like that's where they're spending their money. They have either a home gym where they go to the gym, that's it. They eat well, and then they buy Lululemon. So it's a very sustainable lifestyle. I think the luxury angle is more like the fact that price isn't really sensitive, like the elasticity isn't like a normal, clothes. But I think that I don't think demand will act exactly like luxury. Like, I think I could still see people buying. Have you ever been on the Reddit group for Lululemon? Because that's where my eyes open. Like, people have, sorry, just to conclude.
No, you're
like
okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
They have like 80 Lululemon pieces in like a closet, and now there's closet organizing. Like people love organizing closets to take like Instagram pictures, and you'll see there's like 20 of this, all different colors, and it's all like this competition. So instead of buying like one Louis Vuitton bag, you could get 80 pieces from Lululemon, and then everybody's competing, and it's like, but competing, but not in like a bitchy way. Like, oh, like you go, girl. Like they love. It's really weird.
No, I get your point, but I mean, only to literally tack on exactly what you said, that this is this generation's American Eagle, and I believe wholeheartedly in that. But go look at the history of American Eagle stock, AEO, and if you look, there is a massive spike right before the recession. So, and then the recession happened, and it dropped crazy. So if you look at that, I mean, like, I think you literally could be 100% accurate on a lot of what you're saying, except I think if history is to teach us anything, that we should be very cautious about this, because there's a difference between wants and needs, and that recession is going to push all of those wants of Lulu pants and videos, and people are going to be worried about just putting fucking food on their table.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think that it'd be interesting. I should go look back at like Abercrombie and Finch and American Eagle, like you mentioned. Like that was a really hip thing, and American Apparel was pretty hip. I'm trying to think of other stuff that kind of has it flared out. Like Abercrombie and Finch is having a bit of a renaissance now, but it died hard. I think Lululemon.
Yeah, didn't they go bankrupt in 2008 or something like that?
I'm not sure about Abercrombie and Finch, but they're back now. But I think people also kind of hate Lululemon that aren't involved with it, like because it's so cult-like for the people who are. There's a lot of like angst and anxiety. If you look at the message board on Yahoo, there's all these people who really want like the floor to fall out from under it, which is also interesting. But it really creates like an us versus them mentality, which can totally change with the recession. I admit that you've got a point there, but at the same time, it's different than just a clothing brand. I think I was looking to see how it correlates with SPY and with QQQ and stuff, and looking back on like the 36-month correlations, it tends to lead the SPY and QQQ, and it does exaggerating moves. So what's strange with today is that clearly like SPY's been down for a while, so it's not in line with SPY. I'm trying to discover how likely it is that this will be a signal for the larger market, because it seems to be really in line, but exaggerates the losses and exaggerates the highs. Maybe you're right about
that. I do agree with you on it seems to be the example for the market, but I think it's just going to be an example for the market short term, i.e. this upcoming quarterly. And I've actually been developing a theory, which kind of got a little messed with the bank contagion. I thought that April was going to be quasi-bullish. I mean, like, you know how January was quasi-bullish, then February was super bearish. I was thinking that March was going to be, again, quasi-bullish. And then I think in April we were going to get super bearish, and we were basically just going to start kind of like teetering, but the bank thing kind of threw a wrench into a little bit of that. So, but to your point though, with this quarter's earnings, I think a lot of them are going to be more positive than expected, especially considering the fact that a lot of guidances have been pulled back. And I think that was kind of intentional, that if they got super bearish on their guidance in the previous quarter, and then ended up beating the guidance that was already bearish in the previous quarter, then that quote unquote looks good. But then they're going to have to go back down after that, especially with everybody pulling back on what they should and shouldn't spend their money on.
Yeah, these are all good points. I think that what also will be a bit indicative if the companies that pop this week on things like guidance and so on, if they take a tumble next week, if they're back down to ground, then that might be like it was just exuberance, of the last of people being finally relieved that there's like an upswing. I wonder with Lululemon specifically, I wonder if the international expansion, if they can get their act together and start opening stores internationally, that can keep pace with the decline in sales. Because the thing is, like, it's quite a event when, like, the malls that I've heard about, it's plastered everywhere when they're going to open, and people, celebrate online. Like, we've been waiting for 4 years for Lululemon to open, so it's quite an event. And I think that a store can't make or break a company, but in the case of like Singapore, it meant that you could do mail order, and that was enormous. So you had the entire population, even if they couldn't walk to the store, the one store opened up mail order for them.
Another thought, actually, I think that. Hang on. Zombie said something about TikTok, and that made me think about the fact that, TikTok could potentially be banned, and everybody's very bearish TikTok right now. So depending on what plays out with TikTok, that could also drastically affect Lulu, because, if people are temporarily don't have their TikTok or whatever they're trying to transition to, this could be a small downturn in sales anyways for Lulu. So, I mean, that's just another bearish factor in my messed up head.
Yeah, good point. Thanks for the feedback. I guess it was just a lucky bet though, but I bought it last year and then sold it for profit. And
hey, if you got profit out of it now, I mean, that's amazing. I mean, I want people to, that's shit. Take your money and run, man.
Today, so I'm up 15% because I bought it in December. But I just look out for when the stock price, it's quite volatile. So I think it's eventually will go back down again. I think that's the entry point for me, at least, because it's twice I've made 10 to 15. Today's 15%. I haven't sold yet, but last time it was 10%. So I'll take those. If, twice in a year. That's not bad.
Slut Spoiler says they need a sacrificial lamb for control of social content and backdoor router access. Actually, funny, I talked to a former Cisco executive many years ago when I was a server, and he was talking about how the US actually already has a lot of backdoor access that's built into your everyday router. So now you can let that be conspiracy theory if you want, or just the fact that we already have the backdoor access, we just don't want China to have the backdoor access, I guess, is really the point. Also, I believe there's something about the FBI having a patent or relation to Snapchat's face filter system. Activerado got over radio, sorry, got excited when you heard backdoor. Do you have a warrant? I think that there is probably backdoor access on both of the firmware and chip level, in my honest opinion. Why limit yourself to one access point when you could do it on both? Yeah, I mean, that would also go back to, isn't there that massive center that the NSA has in, where is it, Nevada, if I remember correctly? I know there was a big Wired magazine article on it like 10 years ago or something about them building it. So yeah, I mean, that's how they're listening to every single one of us anyways. Someone just posted banker's testimony live. That's actually kind of interesting. Zombie, I don't think I would ever have a Tesla phone. I have Google Fi and AT&T. I have Google Fi for when I travel abroad, and then I pause it when I'm local, but I have seriously considered switching permanently to local Google Fi. Yeah, I also would never have Starlink. I actually canceled my order, I want to say about an hour after I got in the pre-order on that in the beginning. Honestly, I didn't like the idea of how many satellites were being shot up, and I really just didn't want to support it. I would like to see more Google Fiber around the country. When you've traveled internationally and you see the access to Wi-Fi that everybody has in like different countries, and I mean, we're talking like 50 megabyte, 100 megabyte free access points. And then the fact you come back to America, Wi-Fi is super freaking expensive over here. I mean, it makes it ridiculous. How long until the CCP shoots down Starlink? Yeah, I've actually wondered something along the lines of, like, you know, coincidental, especially with the weather balloon that was over America. Maybe one of the Starlinks accidentally goes over, you know, China or something like that, and then they have excuse for it. So, yeah. Scarnio says there's Google Fiber in Chile. Yeah, there's Google Fiber in different places in America, but the regulations are really freaking stupid for like fiber. Like, it's like that, and like cable TV and everything is very limited in certain areas. I live in Orlando in a very large populated area, and we just got AT&T fiber 4 years ago. And meanwhile, like the rest of Orlando had it for almost 10 years. And I think the only other fiber is Verizon, but it's limited to certain areas. Oh no, music went away. It lasted 25 minutes, I believe. Bitcoin, to answer your question, it says, interesting why I thought fiber was the future. I believe fiber is the future. It's all regulation, and it's basically the big conglomerates owning certain areas and not letting competition in. It's bullshit. I think it's actually the same reason why high-speed rail has had such a hard time in America is because like the airlines and other industries have certain rights and lobbyists that allow them to corner their market and not allow for outside competition to come in, basically. Zombie, that's actually a really funny situation. It says high-speed rail is being installed by Elon. Hyperloop. I thought the Hyperloop was a drivable area and not necessarily a high-speed loop. And my friends and I all had jokes about what would you do with $44 billion instead of buying TikTok, and I'm sorry, not TikTok, Jesus, Twitter. And I said, honestly, I think Elon should have taken that 44 billion, invested into high-speed rail in certain areas such as DC, like the New York, Connecticut area, Florida, because I'm, obviously want high-speed rail here, California, certain metropolitan areas like that. And then he could say that Tesla owners could get like 10 to 15% off, and then you could high-speed rail with your car to certain destinations, and this would eliminate a lot of the issues that he is having with why people won't buy Teslas that can go long distances. So I agree. I think Elon should have made high-speed rail that did not rely on driving it, and instead basically tied it in with a partnership with Tesla. Yeah, we're in Orlando. I literally live outside the airport, MCO, like over in the Lake Nona area. And basically, like I said, it took forever for fiber to get here. I mean, it got here, but considering the fact that the majority of Orlando had fiber before us, it was just very, very frustrating to not be on fiber until we got it. Steiper says exactly why the train network is impractical. Steiper, if you've ever actually been in a large society like Japan, where you have access to a very well put together rail network, it is the most amazing thing to be able to get from Tokyo to Kyoto in 2 hours and pay a reasonable price. And not necessarily have to worry about the whole plane situation. It's unbeatable. Just even getting outside, not even a major area. We hopped on one to go from Kyoto to Nozomi, and I mean, we were on a high-speed rail, and we were 15 minutes, I believe, into Nozomi. I think that was the name of the city. And I mean, that was like an hour drive away. That's cool. It says corporations disqualify you from company health insurance if you drive yourself to work in Japan. I think it's a little extreme, but I mean, it's kind of cool that they are supporting the get your ass out of the car sort of. Steiper, I get the concept, but I mean, so I was actually on just the regular train, leaving New York to go to Connecticut, where some of my family is, and the fact that that train ride took as long as it did, I mean, we were probably going at about a 30, 40 mile an hour rate, and yeah, there was no traffic, and it was constant with a couple stops. Like the trains are drastically archaic, which is why I think there's been so many derailments lately. Because even if it's not or will not ever be as good as Europe or Japan, the fact that we're still stuck in the 1960s with our trains and everything else has upgraded is honestly embarrassing. I mean, what does that say for us who's supposed to be a leading world country? I mean, even if you disagree with it, is it really going to harm having a better rail system? Like stopping those derailments, being able to transfer, even if it wasn't to transfer people, being able to transfer goods and getting all those trucks, like all those 18 wheelers off the road. I think that would be absolutely phenomenal. The fact that we'd be able to relieve some of this congestion in a lot of the metropolitan areas that we can't build more roads in. I mean, that's what we're getting to the point. We're still growing, but we can't build more roads now. Agreed to Zima as it says, I think we need rail even if it doesn't make economic sense because it doesn't make economic sense. That's funny. Yeah, the only thing I will say is, Putrid Inspector says the bus and train system in Japan is amazing. It's also amazing because everybody in the bus and train system shuts the fuck up. Like, you're not allowed to talk on the phone. And unfortunately, in America, if you've ever been on like a subway, like people don't have that courtesy for the person next to you or the person down the thing. I mean, they can get really freaking annoying. So, I mean, I'd like to see a little bit more of a stricter, like, if you want to talk on a phone, go into a separate room. You know what I mean? Because it's really, really nice. But who knows? Maybe we'll start to learn about common respect for our fellow person, one of these days. Zombie, the trains in Japan, some of them are loud, some of them are super quiet. Like the older ones are a little bit loud. Also, there's a new maglev train too that's opening up, I want to say next year in Japan, and it is whisper quiet. The horn at every intersection, I mean, yeah, but if you follow a highway, which some of them do, then you don't have horns at an intersection because there are no horns, there are no intersections. You're just kind of like side by side with a highway, which makes a lot of sense. I mean, the room is usually there on both directions in a highway, even if it's like not enough room for a road, it's enough room to put columns and to have slightly elevated area for a train to squeeze through, whereas you don't have room for multiple lanes to be added. Welcome, Georgia. Do you have some cool things to say for the audience or something?
Off of it. No, I have been digging in the archives, my archives, physical boxes, because people have been buying stuff. But anybody strike it rich with this sudden move today, or and not to ignore the people that may have lost money, but anybody win or lose big?
A couple of my stocks had a healthy rebound, so I don't know about win big, but I am definitely not as negative as I was before.
Okay, well that counts, I guess. There's a move on Delta Airlines. There's a lot of options activity flowing into Delta Airlines all morning. So, uh, don't bet the ranch, but I'm I'm in it, uh, and just in a moderate way because there was some Chinese stocks actually that were moving. Yeah, I don't want to cover Chinese stocks. People have different opinions. I tend to agree with those opinions, but they're also their exceptions to not getting in to the rule of not buying Chinese stocks.
Yeah, I actually kind of like your Delta play. I mean, especially on the like a short to midterm, like a summer sort of play, because I think people are definitely booking their last hurrah vacations, and price of gas has been, or oil or fuel, should I say, has been pretty cheap. But I think that's predicted to go up, so I definitely like that as a short to midterm play. But I would be cautious whenever the fuel started going up.
Yeah, Uh, yeah, I thought there was somebody that wanted to come up, but apparently not. I have been made some variety of moderator. Seems as if somebody believes in me. I don't know. I don't know how to answer that.
Honestly, Georgia, there's a lot of us that believe in you, man. We appreciate that you're here. Yeah, can you bring up Avid Loser?
Good
Should be
morning,
up.
my friend. Good morning. Thank you.
Hey man, how's it going?
Doing well, actually. Any better? I beat twins.
Nice, good to hear that.
Credit Suisse whistleblower, and I apologize, I just got in here. If this might have been discussed a little bit earlier, has anybody
It was
read?
not that I'm aware of.
Okay, so has anybody looked at that uh, regarding uh, dodging and just not, uh, you know, wanting or avoiding taxes is different than dodging them. So, anybody got any idea on the results of or the play on Credit Suisse regarding this whistleblower um, media release?
Honestly, I kind of hands off with Credit Suisse just because it sounded like it was such a mess going back and forth. I mean, I gave up on trying to figure the direction on that one out, so I stopped looking into it.
It's just a dog with too many fleas for you.
Yeah, essentially. Leaping Leopard, that's actually an interesting article. I'm going to go ahead and read that in a little bit. That looks cool.
So the other article I was looking at today that kind of goes back into some of the discussion we had yesterday regarding the your younger generation, you guys, having the higher pressure of inflation, and I don't know where some of these people get their statistics, but CNBC is reporting that half of the parents with children over the age of 18 provide them with some financial support. And when I drilled down in that article earlier, that 50% seemed high. but they're basically saying that on average, the parents are paying $1,400 a month in some sort of subsidy to these adult children. You guys are younger than me, but does that seem even reasonable in this group or amongst your peers?
So I'm in my 40s, and my brother and sister are a little younger than me, 5 and 7 years younger. My mother and father buy my sister shit because she.
I think we lost you, brother.
I'm so
I got.
sorry about that. I was literally getting a phone call in. My mother and father kind of baby my sister a little bit, and they kind of. I wouldn't say that's $1,400. My brother ran through a trek of unfortunate incidents with kind of employment, and it legitimately wasn't his fault. But they helped support him. I don't know if this consistent $1,400 a month thing, but to kind of tally on that, my wife and I were actually talking that seeing as we are more stable than or at least pretty stable and paying off a lot of our stuff, that our next thought is to prepare our children for when they become adults, not necessarily give them the world, but like maybe like the house that we're currently living in, if we're able to buy a second house, keep this house and let them live in it while they quote unquote pay rent, and then turn around and give that rent that they had paid for so many years like as a gift for like their wedding or something like that. So that this way they learn the responsibility of paying and stuff, because I'm a very big believer in that. But then two, so that way they can turn around and give generational wealth to their kids. And I think the thought shouldn't be, oh, let me pay this for you. I think the thought should be, let me help you to get to the point where you can think about paying stuff for your kids.
You're saying a hand up, not a handout.
Exactly. Thank you so much for wording that perfectly.
I just went through that. I have got a couple pieces of real estate in a condo complex, and my son, who's 26, had been staying there 8 weeks. In fact, I just had to kind of evict him or ask him to leave. Um, very similar issue, very actually tragic, some significant substance abuse issues with that. But I've tried
I
to
am
get
so
through
sorry,
him.
man.
I appreciate it. It is pretty brutal, but
No, I don't wish that upon any parent. Yeah, that sucks.
he's having a very hard time self-actualizing. But the point is, I was trying to get through to him regarding a hand up versus a handout, because on a hand up, it's performance driven. A handout is just a
Mm-hmm.
never ending pocketbook, and there was a complete break in the ability to express that to him. I failed him miserably in trying to express that.
Yeah, I am juggling with. I'm not at the point that you are with how old my kids are, clearly, but I'm juggling with thinking about how to make sure that they are earning and realize that it's not necessarily like a given. Like for instance, the rent that I would charge in this house would be cheaper than the rent anywhere else in the area for them. But at the same time, they have to learn that the bills are always due. What if I'm not here? Guess what? The bills are still going to be due, and it's hard to not let them go by the wayside, because you never want your kid to be failing. But at the same time, sometimes you have to fall and skin your knee in order for you to pick yourself up. I mean, isn't that the age old Batman quote? Why do we fall, Master Bruce? So we learn how to pick ourselves up.
Absolutely. You make a great point there. Having to express what the wolf at the door looks like before they actually see the fangs, that the bills are still due. That seems to be one of the most, as a parent, that has been one of the biggest challenges I've ever had.
Yeah, another good friend of mine has a really good quote that he quotes. It's Hard times build hard people. Or hang on a second. I'm so sorry. I'm messing up the quote. I need to remember it. Hard times build strong people. Yes, thank you, Slut Spoiler. Hard times build strong people. Strong people build soft times. Soft times build soft people. Soft people bring hard times. So it's cyclical. And I'm not going to say that that's how this generation is, and that is a perfect um, reason to blame society, because I don't think that is. I think there's a lot of good that has come out of the newer generation, and there's a lot of ignorance coming out of the older generation that's not listening to how to make things better. And I do think generally a lot of older people have the tendency to say, well, we're not going to listen to you because we've always done it this way. And that's the worst excuse in the world. But at the same time, that the youth also needs to be able to remember to listen to the elderly, because they have gone through some of the hard stuff. So I guess what I'm saying is the moral of the story is everybody needs to maybe not talk as much and listen twice as much.
I agree. And again, one of the reasons at my age that I'm driven into this group to discuss, it has a lot to do with my son. But I've noticed as I get older, the basis of learning is humility. One must be humble enough to stay objective, and obviously that starts with listening.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. Actually, even when we got into a little bit of a heated discussion the other day, I felt really bad after I got off, because I should have been a little bit more humble in how I spoke. And I mean, everyone's allowed to have their opinion, whether it's right or wrong, that it's just an opinion. So, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that I could have been saying that was wrong, and or maybe we were both right. And I mean, we need to be a little bit more humble and sometimes just shut the fuck up, because it's not as important to be like, okay, so I was right or wrong or whatever in an argument online, and does it really make sense? Like, maybe I'm missing the larger point there.
That is a lifelong struggle, brother, but way to attempt to keep yourself in check. It's a daily issue with me as well.
Yeah, I'm definitely not as angry as I used to be, but I do see small spikes that kind of happen occasionally, and verbally I'm a very loud person. I mean, so it kind of like pops and unfortunately happens. But yeah, I mean, to keep that monster at bay, I mean, that's years and years of practice.
I never thought I would see I thought I had a good handle on it, and then social media came up, and you have that disconnect of the keyboard, and the hole under the hole under your nose, and I just like everybody else, I am much bolder with the fingers than keep myself in check with what comes out of the hole under my nose.
Bitcoin, do you think I'm in my 30s? I'm actually 43. Nice. Yeah, Zombie, I actually did see Nvidia pumping, and it's kind of good for me, because I was waiting for my position. I think everybody knows I'm kind of bearish on Nvidia, and I'm waiting for it to hit like a certain price before I start buying my puts on Nvidia. And I have a feeling that's going to be like end April, beginning May, when it hits that price target that I'm looking for.
You might want to go over to option strategies and look and monitor how much bullish options are going to flow into Nvidia, because let's like seventh or eighth down on the list. Just a consideration. I don't want you to, like, you know,
No, actually, no. You guys actually turned me on to options strat the other day. I think somebody else, well, I think it was Luce that mentioned it, literally the day before you brought it back up. So it was mentioned 2 days back to back. I physically haven't had the time to sit down. I have looked at it, but to sit down and figure out exactly how to use it, and I don't just like jump on something and let it ride. I want to kind of toy with it a little bit first before I, like understand how to use it to its best.
Yeah, the number one uh, uh, thing that I use, that I go there for, because I don't use it. It's just for calculating, straddles and all this. But if you look at the unusual options flow, one of the things that I will regularly do is I'll go look to see if what the options activity thinks. So if there's a lot of options activity, for example, and Chinese company FUTU, which there was a couple days ago, you can see why they it's China company, but they came out with with revenues 50% above and beyond what they were expected to. So they're growing. They're growing a lot, and a lot of bulls were going into this ticker. So what do I know? What do I really know? And the answer for me is not very much. But do I have $100? Yes, I do have $100 in my account. All right, I'll let me go check it out, and I'll pick myself up some shares. There's the ultimate reason is not just money. Is that with that money I intend to doing something else inside of my portfolio. So it's not a long term. It's not like I don't get like a microscope and look at all the details, but I will follow the money, and it works for me.
Georgia, did you pick up shares over the last week? We were talking about Gladstone Land Corporation, that agricultural REIT, LAND, over the last couple weeks. You said that it was a good idea, or that you were holding some of it, or you bought some of it.
Yeah, I was a long-term holder of Glad. Yeah, I was a long-term holder of all those Glad, Land, Loan.
Did you pick up any shares over the last 2 weeks?
No, I did not.
I was mentioning that on their 52-week situation, plus the agricultural or the agricultural cycle that we're in right now. Farmers about ready to plant. The leases are in place, so when right before farmers plant, they have to pay yearly for that lease. So the revenue is flowing into these agricultural REITs. So take a look at the ticker LAND. It's Gladstone Land Corporation, LAND, Land, and it's up 7.3% over the last 5 days. Again, it's trading at like $16, a little over $16, and its 52-week range is the high is 42, the low is $15. So it's basically trading $1 above its 52-week low, and pays a consistent dividend of 3.5%. So I'm still beating the drum on those agricultural REITs, especially LAND.
Yeah. So yeah, when if you go way back to the beginning of the pandemic, I was trading oil, and with my profits, um, I don't need day to day. I don't need to put money in my wallet. I have had plenty of that. I don't need that. But what I was doing is I completely plowed my money into those REITs. I think at one time I owned like 700, 800 shares of land, 100 shares of this loan. I always was I used to live in Manhattan on the south side. And my family are farmers out from, I guess you would go west from here. They're big farmers.
I have a farming background as well, and it's just a consistent performer. The people that line up to lease uh, the limited resource of ag land in this country, as soon as a farmer has any complaints or wants to renegotiate, there's 5 farmers in the general vicinity that are willing to take that lease. And then obviously with the taxation of very limited capital improvements on this ground, the profitability in owning farmland, and if you can't own it yourself because it's cost prohibitive, the agricultural REITs is the way to do it. Basically, it's fractional ownership of agricultural land. Again, I'm still really, really bullish on that, and it seems to be cool. And like I said, right now, those farmers have to pay those leases before they can put a seed in the ground.
Right. Right. It was a good it was a good value. It held its value. Um, Throughout the pandemic, there were a number of other plays, short plays, and um, I did I did clear, like when I say, hey, I used to own, as I cleared some of those out to make what I would call like short term plays. So part of my portfolio, and I would say, I don't know, like 25%, maybe just 20% is on what's happening like right now. And um, the way that I see it is I let the speculators lead, and I follow, but I never follow in uh, a very committed way. I just sort of follow and then get out. I'm always into something new. Like every day, I have a new ticker. I want to know them all. I want to own them all. So it doesn't mean that it doesn't mean that I'm intelligent. It means I'm following the cyclical cycle. I'm following the money when I go.
I have a watch list, and when you say 20% of your portfolio, I would say 30 to 35, but right in the 33 and change range, as in what I call the staples of food, housing, and transportation. Now, with that said, a large part of my transportation is cross-pollinated with Amazon. I see them as much of a transportation company as I see it as a play, as I see it in retail. And part of that retail is, food related and housing related, So I put them in there. And when I look at the profitability, and I review the numbers, I review them performance numbers with and without Amazon in it. But that trifecta of food, housing, and transportation is my long-term most profitable watch list or group that I've ever had.
Yeah, it took land. If you look at the chart, when I owned those things, it was the ideal time to own them. And then like when I sold them, it was not an ideal time. So like for me, if you're going to chase money, you really have to consider like what is like hands off on your portfolio. I I have a margin account, which a lot of people have, but I tend, and my preference is not to use it. Um, but I will trade. I will trade. I will just trade just a couple days for dollars. It it works. I have found that that works for me. Um, the long and hold also work. Um, it's just a question of size, really. You know, it's a question of what you need to be doing inside your portfolio. Mine adjusts. Mine is still in a situation where it adjusts quite a bit. Guys, I'll see an opportunity and I'll sell things. So I need to probably stop doing that. But yeah, I was in land like years. I'm 47. I was in it like 10 years ago, maybe even 15 years ago. And I held it for a long time.
I agree. I believe I first bought at 6. Have added the position when I mentioned the trifecta of the staples of food, housing, and transportation. Often, when I have a riskier bet that pays off, I'll move some of those profits or reinvest to reduce the risk into that trifecta. And because of the share price of LAND, Gladstone, it's easier to take a larger position. So I have a tendency. I'm also bullish on that particular stock in that sector. So I have a tendency to move a lot of not a lot, the majority of the profits that I do on riskier plays into that stock because I can take a larger position based off its value.
You've been listening to Loose Ventures a lot. He's a big value player. He'd agree with you on the value of the real estate investment trusts. What he probably guesstimation would not agree with is there's there's other things that there's other things to the planet that are happening, and so I'm for example I'm considering based on the earnings I'm considering a long-term expiration option on Futu, ticker FUTU. Just because revenue, the way that it's reported, this is like early Facebook revenue. This is like early Google revenue. So it's got a lot of revenue growth. And am I super smart and going to do the right thing? Yeah, probably. It's like 1,300 bucks for a 2-year option. And I think based on where they are, I think that in that time, I can. It's it it actually it's a little bit becoming a no-brainer because in that time I can make up the 1,200 bucks. I mean, I can deposit it, but I haven't deposited it in my account for I don't know how long time. I don't deposit. I'll just trade to get the 1,200 bucks. There you go. I'll leave myself 2 years exposure to that leap.
That was FUTU, Foxtrot Uniform Tango Uniform.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. By the way, I used to have an amateur radio license and a commercial radio license, so I should know the entire phonetic alphabet, but I don't. Yeah, FUTU. China. This is Chinese now. Look at their revenue growth. It's like 50%. Yeah, quarter after quarter, year over year, it's more than 50%. So in 2 years, can you trade yourself? For me, I'm not going to deposit, but can I trade myself $200? I'm fairly certain that I can. So um, I'm kind of ashamed that I haven't already. Well, I guess I have done that, but it's just in other stuff. So it really comes down to like what you think. But I realize it's a Chinese company, and then you have the communist regime. They can do whatever they like. They can just decide that Americans aren't good owning their stock, you know. But this ticker symbol was just exposed to the Hong Kong exchanges. There was some type of new exposure for the ticker symbol. And an interesting thing happened. They had revenue like this, and they dropped. Like, can you see like the 5-day chart or whatever? They dropped substantially on reported revenue that is, 1.5 times the expected. So I don't know. At 1,200, $1,800 for Leap. I don't know. In the money. I'd go in the money. With something like this, it's already low. There's no need to expose yourself to an out of the money Leap. I would start in the money, which makes it more expensive. Long, all the way out there to as long a period of time as you can get, and then in the money. This is the way that I'd play it. Hmm, um, hmm. I'm very seriously considering doing it.
Guys, just checking in. Is the market working correctly today? I feel like something might be broken with it.
Yeah, there was a small joke about that earlier. I actually start to see some stuff moving in a positive direction for me. But yeah, it's not really doing much.
I don't understand why my portfolio is so fucking green. There's got to be something wrong. It's like something's definitely broken. Side note, a play that I figured I'd throw out there, I haven't mentioned it before, but it's a long time hold for me, is Enovix, ENVX. They make small batteries for like watches and shit. The military signed a contract with them a while ago to buy a bunch of their small solid. I don't know if they're solid state or I think they're not. I think they're silicon based lithium batteries or some shit like that. They're wearable batteries, and the military's buying them for whatever gear the troops wear, the latest greatest stuff. And their stock price has been slowly climbing back up. I bought it when it was probably like 15, so I'm just a bag holder at this point. But if you bought it in January, you could have got it at like 650, something like that. I think it tanked down to, just because the CEO came out and said, oh, our production run is going to take longer than we thought. And it just fucking cut the value of the stock in half. Even though there's not really any bad news, it's just they're a little delayed. But it climbed all the way back up to 1340 right now. So if you bought it in January, you would have doubled your money. It's probably a $20-$30 stock. I think I'd wait for it to go back down a little bit. For some reason, it's climbed 20% today. But my other stock that I have been shamelessly plugging, EVTL, is up 18% today, just crossed $2. My $2.50 calls are fucking doing stuff. So, but I'm not getting rid of those until this bitch hits like $15. And that's my update for today.
On that ENVX, Innovex Corporation. The government contracts, are those relatively recent? Do you know?
Yeah, it was announced. Let me scroll back through here. Blah blah blah. You know, all the typical ambulance chaser lawyers trying to blame them for the price going down. I want to say it was like December. It was like end of last week, something like, or end of last year, something like that. They got a contract with the government for wearable batteries. I'm trying to find it. Oh, well, today the news came out. Their price target was maintained at $18 a share by EF Hutton. I guess that's why it's going up. But my press release is only. Oh, never mind. There is a next button. I'm an idiot. $19 target. Blah blah blah. $23 target. I don't know. I'll find it here in a second.
Yeah, it's an interesting play. They don't pay a dividend, but obviously they're turning around somehow because they're in a month they're up 44%. In 1 year they're still down 10, but that's indicative of the entire market and the devalue of that inflation, blah blah blah. But the one thing I do notice, their gross margin is negative 266 million. Their net is almost $1 billion in the hole, and their EBITDA is atrocious. Return on earnings is negative 15%. So they're are they considered like a startup, a cash burn?
Yeah, they're pretty much just pre-market right now. They aren't even. I think they might be delivering some products to some watchmakers, but it's with lithium. Everybody agrees that batteries are like this, next big fucking frontier of whatever, and so already these companies are trying to make the next wheel, right? The more rounder wheel. So, you have standard lithium batteries, which is what Tesla and everybody's using. Then they keep improving the efficiency of those with smaller anodes and tighter packed shit and more temperature control. And right. And so there's the QS, QuantumScape, which is also financially a dog shit company. But they have the hype of the fact that they are trying to create the first solid state lithium batteries because everybody understands the term solid state from hard drives. Everybody knows solid state's better than a regular hard drive, so they just have that buzzword. And then Enovix is trying to do a silicon-based lithium battery that doesn't have to use like the nickel and iron and whatever else. So they're two companies of the same flavor. And yeah, their financials are both dog shit. I found the news. It was August 10th of 22. Blah blah blah. Design and manufacture the next generation 3D silicone lithium ion batteries. Has announced it was awarded a follow-on contract to build and test custom cells for the U.S. Army soldiers' central power source called a conformal wearable battery (CWB), created by Inventus Power. So I guess they're making the battery for a piece of equipment that another company is making for the soldiers that integrates a soldier's vest and powers vital communications and navigation equipment individually per soldier.
You're basing it off of that new technology, blue sky, with a component of geopolitical unrest in the defense sector. That's your bet on this long term.
I'm not that fucking smart. my brain is extremely smooth. I don't actually like think these things through. I just look for what is the next buzzword, what is the next hype, what is the next. Because I mean, most of the people that believe in Tesla don't really fucking know anything about it. They just all want to blow Elon, or they think the car looks cool. I mean, you're just playing to the masses here. And since there's so much more retail in the stock market now than there ever has been before, buzzwords have a bigger effect. It could just be like if you had a symbol ticker that was Dick, DICK, I don't even care what that company makes. It would go through the roof.
Oh, I agree. So basically, you're defining what is meant in this with these younger guys in degenerate.
Yeah, that would be me.
Fair enough, brother. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I know exactly who I am and what I am, and I own it, and I don't complain about it when it doesn't go right. If I lose $25,000, $30,000, I do not cry and moan and bitch and whine and ask people to buy my bags. It just
Brother,
is what it is.
that is not bravado. That is self-actualization.
Well, I firmly believe you have to know yourself to succeed in the world. You have to know who you are. You have to know what your vices are and what your strengths are.
1000%, man. 1000%. Yeah.
You got to know yourself, man. Like, and I know that I have to stay in a ridiculous amount of debt or I will go to jail. Like, as soon as my shit's paid off, I start thinking about schemes to like steal diamonds and shit. I don't know why. I think like in my past life, I think I was a career criminal. I think I like to put heists together. Yeah, I think I'm that guy from Rick and Morty that like tried to get people to get in a heist with me in a past life, but so that's why I stay in a shit ton of debt. It works for me. It doesn't work for other people because I'd rather be in debt and not be in jail than be paid off and be in jail. That's just
Fair
who I
enough,
am.
man. All right, guys, I gotta get going for the day. I just wanted to say goodbye really quick. But yeah, I'll see you all later, and I hope you all make all the monies today.
Adios,
Appreciate
man. Have a
it.
good day.
See you, dude.
Yeah, I am making all the money, so thanks.
Power to you, power to you, Georgia. Georgia, you're my spirit animal. You're like my fucking hero, dude. One of these days, I want to be like you, but with a lot of debt. Like I know most of your shit's paid off, if not all of it, right? Like I want to be like you, but with a lot of debt.
I rather say
Post office.
It's good being me, and it's good being me because I don't have the debt. I mean, I could get so much stuff if I was willing to go into debt, but it's all paid. All
I mean, and that's the thing, right? That's the thing right there, though, right? Like, if I had the ability to borrow 500,000 on a whim, I would go look for an opportunity to put that capital to work, right? And I would probably perpetually be into debt because of that. The difference is I don't blow the money on vacations and food and shit like that, right?
What you need to do then is you need to find one of these small communities where their post office is going defunct and take a big mortgage out on that, and that'll motivate you to make those trips to the post office like Georgia. You can get into porcelain, you can get into gems, and you'll still be highly motivated with some debt.
Yeah, trust me, dude. I'm like Georgia, but with cars. Instead of diamonds and porcelain, antiques, and other amazing collectibles, I have collectible things that solely involve cars, and I find perpetual ways to stay into debt with that. But regardless, yeah, man, it's a green fucking day today. This damn kangaroo market, man. Looking at the market yesterday, I would have thought today was going to be red for sure. It was just a depressing fucking day yesterday in the market. And, but then today, it's like everything's green. I just, whatever, man. Tomorrow it'll be red. The next day it'll be green. I feel like if you time this cycle, you could really make a lot of money. I can't wait for this paper trading thing to go live. Is it supposed to go live on like Friday, I think?
They said end of week, and I guess I was going to ask in the group if anybody's doing it. So all you have to do is to type in, I forgot what word it is, but just type in what is it?
Beta.
Data in there, and then you'll be on the list when they put it forth. They said at end of week, and that's all you have to do.
Yeah, they'll basically, I think you'll get like a message, like a DM, if you will, inviting you to whatever link does it. If you sign up for the beta, I would recommend everybody do it, right? Because it's free training with some competition. You know, I mean, paper trading's great and everything if you're by yourself, but when it's a competition, now it gets fun, right? Because now you can make those asinine, you know, long out of the money call option bets and not risk anything, but actually have somebody to show it to that gives a shit instead of just looking at your screen yourself and impressing or depressing yourself, you know. So I think it's going to be super fun. I think everybody should participate, and I'm definitely going to be in there making some completely regarded moves because it's not real money and it's a competition. So the guy that made like deep out of the money calls on First Citizens Bank on Friday last week would have won the competition this week. Like that, no amount of reasonable investing would beat that guy. You know, so I'm very interested to see how this plays out. Also, I'd like to say I still cannot fucking believe what happened with First Citizens Bank on Monday. I just still, my mind still does not compute this because that bank is the most boring, worthless fucking turd of a bank I've ever dealt with. I just do not understand how their stock moved that much. If I had enough capital to short the crap out of it right now, I would, but it's like $1,000 a share. So, you know.
Are they over the threshold for the new proposing new regulations? I think they said, what was it, 100 billion? Is yeah, they're all saying new oversight for 100 billion plus. I guess I could look that up. I didn't know offhand if you.
No, they're underneath that by a mile. They're like 13.4 billion. I mean, they only recently started acquiring other banks. I think they merged with some other bigger bank which retained their name but used the other bank's model, and that's when they started acquiring other companies. They were based locally out of North Carolina originally, and then they got acquired, and now they're based out of Delaware, like every other fucking company on the planet. And they're, dude, I mean, if you want a really stuffy, boring fucking bank that has like a fake ficus tree covered in dust in the corner and like old school like walnut desks with like big leather like brass knuckle fucking chairs, this is the place for you.
Outstanding, good boomer play. But on a side note on that, I find it to be very interesting that Congress and Yellen and that they're defining mid-sized banks at 100 billion and above. That's I believe, or am I wrong on? I may have billion and million.
It sounds about right to me. I mean, I would agree. I mean, because like I would consider a mid-sized bank like Truist, PNC, Wells Fargo. You know, I would consider the big boys are in a league of their own. JP Morgan, Goldman, whatever, you know, Bank of America maybe. But they at the end of the day, like I think they're also factoring in inflation, right? No matter what you do, inflation's not going to come to a halt. You can slow it down, but it's going to keep growing at some pace over the, next however many years. Hopefully it doesn't become like hopefully it doesn't become like the Japanese yen where it's 1,000,000 yen for a fucking hot dog, right? But inevitably
we don't want the Weimar Republic here. But let me ask you something on that specific point of inflation. Do you think that we're way past the point of ever having to not have to recalculate the target at 2%? I don't think we'd ever get back to 2%. Maybe have to readjust that to 3%.
I mean, are you talking about inflation or interest rates?
Target inflation at 3% per year. Right now, they're trying to make target inflation back at 2%, and we're at 6.5%. And Powell has raised rates like this to, the ability to continue to raise. We had a long discussion of this yesterday. To raise to get some, they have to have a target. What is 2% inflation rate even reasonable in a conversation anymore?
And here's the thing that I think people are sometimes I think people are looking at the wrong target, meaning I think they're looking at the wrong people to determine who really controls inflation. I don't know that it's necessarily a Fed. I think the Fed can influence it, but you know, like without getting like super political about it, like what businesses do liberals majority control and what businesses do Republicans majority control? Think about that. You know, like, and who's in the office right now? Who was in the office previously? And what happens when the stuff that you have to buy every single day, you don't have to watch Comedy Central. You know, you don't have to have a new laptop, but you do have to buy food. You do have to buy gas, toilet paper, shit like that, right? If those people decide they're just going to raise the fucking price indefinitely, you can't stop them, really. Not in a capitalist structure. And so
a play on that would be looking at the holdings of Bain Capital and going long if a Republican is in office.
yeah, I mean, look, all I'm saying, and this is just my general conspiracy theory with my fucking tin hat on, all right, is that I don't necessarily agree anymore with the 4-year presidential term, no matter which side you believe in. It's also kind of stupid that we only have two sides. All right. Like, I know there's some other sides and whatnot, but they never make it past whatever. There's never enough following, right? So you really only have two choices for the most part, except in smaller offices. And with a 4-year term, like, and I get it, there's a balance between having a dictator that's there too long and having, you know, fresh change of pace and fresh competition. But I feel like the president just ends up fighting the other side for the first 2 years, and then the second 2 years they spend their entire fucking time just trying to get reelected. So they don't ever really get anything done. It doesn't matter who's in office.
Oh, good for the market, then. You know, gridlock in Washington, D.C. and them staying out of our lives usually stabilizes the market.
Yeah, sure, I guess. But I mean, like, the problem is, like, you know, whether you like Trump or hated him or whatever, and whether you thought he was an idiot or smart, he spent his entire fucking tenure just getting accused of things. And they just spent all of their resources trying to bring this dude down and never gave him a chance to really just run shit how he wanted to run it. And maybe it would have been good, maybe it wouldn't have. The same thing with.
You're talking as if that was past tense. That's still continuing.
Right. Well, and the same thing with Biden too, though. Like, as soon as he gets in, you know, they just attack the shit out of him. And, you know, it's not beyond crazy to believe that all of the conservative controlled businesses are making him look as bad as humanly possible through inflation by driving up the cost of every fucking thing people need to survive, which is mostly controlled by conservatives. The food, oil, you know, necessities, construction, fucking houses,
food, transportation,
toilet paper.
right?
Yeah, they jack it all up, which makes him look bad because people aren't enjoying being around right now.
Well, let me ask you this on your thesis, Copper, is that, and again, you know, not to inflame by using the word Trump or anything like that. One of the, you know, in my history, when we've looked at from Nader on the liberal side, the first person to Ralph Nader to require seatbelts to go into cars, which was the Green candidate back then, and then you had Ross Perot, that was more of a conservative third-party candidate. I've watched over the years the elections really on both sides get rid of that third-party candidate because usually if they're conservative or liberal leaning, it splits the vote on that two-party system, almost ensuring that candidate that's leaning towards has the same rough ideology as the third-party candidate does not get into office. So they both have a tendency to push that out. My question specifically is to you. I have never seen in all of my adult life being engaged in politics, ever seen where a actual candidate for a major party was so much geared out of the money, if you will, for that party themselves. Trump was almost like a third party candidate that happened to luck in to to the GOP nomination. And I think it's because you and I both, and the majority of Americans, are tired of listening to the typical rhetoric of rhinos and liberals.
I mean, look, I don't want to get too political with it because this isn't, a political forum. But I just, from a tin hat like conspiracy theory, I'm convinced that with the 4-year system, whoever gets the office, the other side will spend the entire time trying to ruin that guy's day, and that really just hurts the American people. Like, I feel like if you get the office, you should just be given a fair shake at it. You won. Here's your 4 years. Do what you need to do unencumbered by anybody else. And, if it's great, you'll get reelected. If it's shit, you won't get reelected. But just quit with this fucking let's just fight each other all fucking day long, because it does nothing but just add animosity into the world. Anyways, that's my general theory on that. But yes, you can definitely make market plays on that, right? Because generally, if a Republican is going to be in office, usually, at least, and you can correct me if I'm wrong on the charts, I feel like the market usually is a little more bullish when those guys are in office. Am I wrong about that?
I don't know if you're wrong, but definitely there are plays based off of who's going to be in office. There's a bump. Clearly, I played Halliburton on the second term of Bush Cheney, and I made bank.
Yeah, I think there's definitely something to be looked at there from a make money play standpoint. Is who do you think is going to win the next presidential election? Which when is that? Is that 24? Fall of 24? Am I wrong about that?
You're correct. It is 24.
Yeah. So, how many people think that Biden's going to get reelected? How many people think that there's going to be a Republican taking over? And based on which side of that you think is coming, that's a big reason to make some moves now, because probably if you make those moves by next summer, it's going to be too late. It's already going to be priced in based on what they, because they have polls and everything else. They got a decent idea of what's going to happen. So if you want to get into, I guess what I'm saying is, if you want to get into some leaps right now, like what I'm doing with my calls, I'm doing 2025 calls. The only 2024 calls I've got are for EVTL, just because they were dirt cheap, and I don't have that much tied up in them. But anything else, I'm planning out to 2024 because I have an opinion. I think that the Republicans are probably going to win the election. And that's not because I lean one way or another. I'm very indifferent about it. I look at it from a purely pragmatic, logical standpoint, but I think they're probably going to win. So I'm making a bunch of plays in that direction.
Be careful on that, because I think the sentiment is there, but who swings the GOP vote in the last election and the upcoming election are middle class white women. And that is the largest swing vote for the GOP. And that's the vagina vote, they are disillusioned by the SCOTUS's position on Roe v. Wade. So I would be cautiously objective to leaning towards the GOP because of the vagina vote on that demographic.
I feel okay with it right now because of what I've seen happen with the millennials, my generation. The millennials are going through a baby boom right now. They're all hitting all the clocks, all the baby clocks have hit that fucking alarm time, and they are having babies like there's no fucking tomorrow. And there's a lot of them did not have babies in their 20s like the previous generation, or the teens like the generation before that, the actual baby boomers. Like, most millennials waited to have kids until they were in their mid 30s or in early 30, late 20s. And they're popping out babies like it's going out of style right now. So I don't know. I feel like once you have a baby, you start leaning a little more conservative for some fucking reason. I don't know why. But I've seen that happen amongst my friends that used to be very liberal when they were single and partying and whatnot. Once
No,
they
you're
had,
absolutely
they kind
you're
of started leaning more. Yeah, they started planning more conservatively.
Oh, you're absolutely right. The consensus shows that at the college age and in the up until the single point that people have a tendency to lean very liberal. Once you have children and the economies come in and the realities of taxation affect your household goods, or your household spending much more, people have a tendency to go conservative. And then the interesting part is there's a switch about my age or shortly within uh, 6 between 55 and 62. There's a swing back when people are starting to go and having to get their primary income off of entitlements. And I hate to use that word, but Social Security. So it's kind of like a liberal to conservative to liberal shift, and that's documented.
Yeah, no, I'm a very logical person. I look at things from the street view of how logically this is going to play out with no emotion behind it, and that makes sense, dude. You know, what I mean, I've seen it happen myself. It's happened to me. I was pretty damn liberal when I was younger, and now I'm kind of middle of the road. I'm kind of leaning back the other direction because I see the benefits of both sides. But I'm look, I got a 50-50 shot. It's either going to be a conservative or it's going to be a liberal, right? So I got a 50-50 shot at this, and just like a roulette table, which I have found way more success on a fucking roulette table than I ever do in the stock market. You put all that shit on red, you got a pretty good shot at winning. So that's kind of how I'm treating this. That's kind of how I'm treating this. I'm putting it all on conservative for 2024, and I'm buying calls into 25. And I'm hoping that all this stuff is beat down far enough right now that I'm just looking at the stuff that like Trump and Pence and anybody else that's thinking about running for conservative, the shit that they're going to be campaigning on. Because the stuff that comes out of their mouth in their campaign is going to move the stock prices. Because people are going to be preparing of, well, if this guy gets it, then construction's going to go up or food's going to go up or whatever.
Right. Look at
So
what happened with steel when Trump was touting the wall on the campaign trail. American Steel made a comeback, and I believe their ticker is X, if I'm not mistaken. I'd have to
yeah,
double.
that's one of them. Yeah.
I played that during the 2020 cycle, short term. But it's interesting if you look up what Buffett says. He's traded under both liberals and conservatives, and Berkshire Hathaway, the boomer of all boomer plays, whom I love because of their performance. You know, uh, um, is you can only play the election cycle long term because it's eventually going to play out. But the short term in the election cycle absolutely has a movement uh, in it. Um, when you're talking about the campaign trail coming up, well, I won't go there. Now I'm going to go real political.
Well, regardless of all that, let's change the subject a little bit. What brought you to Wall Street Bets? You sound fairly boomer, fairly conservative, whatever. Like, what was one of your most regarded fucking plays that brought you over here? I'm just curious.
Two things. When Wall Street Bets first came on my radar, I was day trading, man, maybe less than a year ago, and I had a spike in Tilray. I was making a cannabis play, which, by the way, I am holding the bag on now. But that
Yeah,
and
I was about to say, how did that turn out for you?
well, I sold about 40 grand in profit, and then I got greedy and held the bag, and I'm still holding that. But that's when Wall Street Bets first hit the news, and I heard the term meme stock. So I started lurking, and I wasn't tech savvy to get it. I had never been on Reddit before, and then I have a 26-year-old son that we have a we're not speaking at this moment, but that's a separate story. But anyway, he kind of schooled me on what Reddit is. And so then I started lurking. And then most recently, in the last few weeks with this SVB situation, I got on and I started listening, and I had that thesis that I've been, on the soapbox on for a while, and I was looking for people that, it's above my pay grades for options trading. So I was trying to, I knew I had a decent thesis here, but I was trying to share that amongst like-minded people and younger people that are smarter on me in correlations to options trading and meme stocks. So that's what drove me here.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, I learned something new every day. Listening to Hardy's trade on the last GameStop earnings, man, that dude nailed that shit perfect. And it was almost like a fail-proof trade that he did. It's like guaranteed, I mean, it was flawless. I hope to be that smart someday.
Well, sometimes you're just lucky.
Yeah, I don't know, man. That one seems pretty fucking flawless when you've got the down and the up covered and you're guaranteed for IV to go through the roof. With any sort of stock like GameStop, Tesla, just very notable sort of stocks like that. I mean, it's pretty much impossible for the IV to not go up. I mean, it's so easy when you think about it. But yeah, I guess it could have gone wrong, but the odds were low. Anyways, much respect to young Hardy.
I'm not that young. Not anymore. And my kid isn't 25.
Yeah.
You have that going for you.
Heard that. But yeah, man, cool. Yeah, look, I just appreciate the conversation and thanks for chatting with me there, Avid. I appreciate the discussion.
Yeah, no sweat. Me too, Copper. This is the whole forum of in a virtual world. This is my absolute first introduction to this, and you never know how people are going to take it, and you got to be. I realize you got to be pretty thick-skinned, and they don't mean anything by it a lot of times, but I appreciate it too, man.
Well, it's not even about being thick-skinned necessarily. It's just being open to the idea that not you're not as smart as everybody else, and not everybody else is going to be as smart as you to some degree. You're always somewhere in the middle of a bell curve, right? Like you got somebody at the bottom end, somebody at the top end. Most of us are floating around somewhere in the middle, and so you got to be open to the idea that you can't expect everybody else to get it the way you get it, but then you also have to consider there's other people that get it way better than you get it. So it's.
Oh, I agree, and I think a lot of that is steeped in the humor. Like I think you were I try to listen to everything that comes across, as you could tell, because I'm an avid loser and an avid note taker. But some of the stuff blows right past me, like you were talking about furry outfits and I am completely lost in that, and I just laugh about. I try to get the humor, but man, that would be I'd have to go to a
Well,
subreddit.
hey, let me give you a quick education. So, do you know what a furry is?
I'm embarrassed to say this, but after you brought that up, I Googled it.
Yeah. So, from my understanding,
I'll never get that 20 seconds of my life back.
yeah, I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in it, and I'm not going to judge people based on what they like to do. I like to do really dumb shit with cars, and the stuff that I do is like dangerous and probably illegal. So I have no right to talk about other people's choices. But yeah, some people would prefer to identify as a different species than a human, and they identify as I guess there's varying degrees of it. Some people just like to kind of cosplay, right? But other people actually identify as a dog or a cat or whatever. And
when you say cost play, is that is it like with Bitcoin or the cost of the
no,
dollar?
no T. Get rid of the T on the end of it. Just COS.
Okay. See, I'm gonna have to sit on this. Go ahead. I apologize.
Yeah. So it's okay. So cosplay is cost short for costume. So it's for people that really enjoy to dress up as a character from a video game or an anime or a cartoon or whatever. They have like whole conventions and what it's like a Star Trek convention. Same thing. So some people just like to dress up. Some people actually day to day live their whole life pretending to be a dog. or I guess they are a dog. They identify as a dog. So, or whatever animal they so choose. So that's where the joke came from. We'll have to unban we'll have to unban journalist. But basically, it was a play on saying I could beat you with one hand tied behind my back. I volunteered to debate journalists as a furry. So meaning like dedicated furries that are like 100% in on it, right? They don't speak English. They just make barks and woofs and meows and like they're 100% in, like method acting, which is why I referenced Heath Ledger in the Joker role, who ended up killing himself after he could not get out of that fucking role, right? Like
that with these people, like they lick their hand like it's a paw, and
yeah.
method acting. Let me ask you something then, from that standpoint, because at 55, and please cut me off if I'm digressing outside of this, but at 55 years of age, with this whole, and younger guys, please give me the insight here. What I don't understand is if most people realize, I would think that you guys know what the DSM is, the Diagnostics and Statistical Manual in psychology. If I use that term, do you know what I'm talking about, Copper, and anybody else?
I have a general idea.
Okay. So in mental health in this country, if you go to seek help for any reason and you're diagnosed with something, basically professionals diagnose you based off criteria that you meet through a diagnostics and statistical manual.
Yeah.
And I think we're on number 5 or number 6 now.
Number 5.
Number 5.
I'm actually writing something to Congress on this right now as you're talking about it. So I'm glad that you brought this up, but go ahead.
So in that scenario, when I get together with my peers of people, from 45 to 70, and we talk about, current events, and we talk about people who identify, the one thing I can't get my head around is this, and I don't want to be, I want to be humble enough to stay objective, so I don't want to be condescending or accusatory or I don't want to make people feel bad at all. That's not my intention, and we get a bad rap but I literally don't understand specifically this. All the time that I grew up and all of this in the DSM, as a human being, if I said, my name is Mike, but I think I am Tom, Dick, or Harry, or all three, I had what was called a multiple personality disorder.
I actually just looked that up. Lol. I knew you were going to say that. I totally agree with you, by the way.
So, as soon as I had multiple personality or some side of dissociative identity disorder is another one, and based off the criteria, it could be one person or multiple people. But it seems all of a sudden, I can't say when, but you guys, it happened more prevalent in your life and in education, somewhere behind me, and it just sort of happened. I woke up one day. If you cross the gender line in that, you're brave or it's normal or something like that. And I don't understand if I say I'm somebody of the same sex, I have a dissociative disorder. But if I say I'm somebody of the opposite sex, I'm protected class. I don't get that. Can anybody explain that?
Well, I don't know that
yeah, go ahead.
Are you technically a legally protected class, though?
LGBTQ.
Yeah, that would mean he would be that'd make him a protected class. Straight people are not a protected class.
As a landlord, I know I can't discriminate.
That's all these new laws, bro. This is like what I was telling my wife the other day. These are all these new laws, and I don't get it. Like, I thought that they should just have the same rights as everyone else, but they're special, so they get extra laws. But I think a lot of it stems from, it started with gender hiring, and and I have no problem with that. I'm all towards reparations for the next at least 5 years. And after that, I'm fucking done. I don't think we should be giving away anything else. We've already given away enough. Anyways, personal opinion. But I just wanted to say the DSM-5 is a broken garbage system. That's why I'm writing to Congress right now. I'm making a PDF here. I'm going to share my screen. Or no, I won't actually. But yeah,
maybe don't do that.
Yeah. I'm not. That's why I thought about it. But anyways, the point is that people in this fucking country, we are so focused on this fair treatment shit I mean, I don't get it either, but I think that it all stems from, you see, if you look up dissociative disorder, it says experience mild dissociation, which is like daydreaming or getting lost in the moment while working on project. However, dissociative identity disorder is a severe form of dissociation, a mental process which produces a lack of connection in a person's thoughts, memories, feelings, actions, or sense of identity. So it technically is a mental disorder. If we want to get technical,
without going too far down the pipe on this,
yeah,
think about, and somebody might have the data on this, I don't know. And I'm just looking at this from a financial play standpoint. I'm thinking about ways to play this because in America, it's kind of unique to America, is it not?
I think so. And I think we're one of almost the only countries that allows people to really be like this. I mean, because I don't know if you guys seen, and I don't
You're
want to get too
forgetting
far off.
pretty much anywhere in Western Europe.
Oh yeah, Europe, but I mean, if we're talking just Western countries, it's a thing. You know what I mean? That's all
What
I'm
is
trying
your?
to say.
Oh, hold on. What countries are in the Western country sphere that you're describing?
I'm
Because
not specifically talking literally Western. I mean like cultures that are
Correct.
very similar to America's cultures.
I would think Western Europe falls under that sphere. No.
I guess so. Yeah.
I mean, that's where most of the people that originally colonized America came from Western Europe, right? So
yeah.
So excluding them from this whole LGBTIQ leadership seems a little.
Oh no, I'm not trying to. I'm not trying to. I group them kind of in the same thing in my own mind. But
yeah, but I mean, I'm just trying to think out loud, like English speak, Germanic language, if you will, because it's all Germanic language to some degree.
I think that though we're going through this because it's this thing. You remember how people talk about relationships nowadays, right? We're not going to get into this too much, but it's about that you got all these options, and when you have too many options, you don't know what to pick, so people become confused. And I think that plays some role into how these people are the way they are, and why Western culture, I guess, or America. I'll just talk about America because I don't know about the rest of the world, but that's why I believe America is the way it is and why these people are like this. And it's enabling. And I think it all kind of starts from all these big rich people, they promote this, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, it does cause some
There's a far
issues.
simpler reason. It
Go ahead.
stems to the same reason that women were advertised to use cigarettes and consume tobacco products. It expanded the addressable market. It's the same reason why women more recently are encouraged to go to work in high education fields, STEM fields. It increases the pool of potential employees. So now, in that same vein, the tobacco market. So prior to, let's say, the 1920s, women really didn't smoke. Smoking was a man's thing. And then some marketing guy figured out, hey, you know what? You're killing half your market. Make smoking acceptable for women, and suddenly your total addressable market doubles. You can sell more tobacco products. Make sense?
Yeah.
Take that same thinking and apply it to women in the workforce. It didn't used to really be a thing until World War II forced it, and then they tried making Rosie the Riveter a stay-at-home mom, and women weren't having that. And so the advantage of allowing women or actively promoting for women to participate in the workforce is to increase the addressable pool of prospective employees, so you can effectively pay less. Now, take those two concepts and extend it to non-binary designations. You have men's work, you have women's work, why not other work? Any way to expand the pool of prospective employees, meet them on their terms, because let's face it, the alternative is paying higher wages, and that's unacceptable to many companies.
Does
that all make sense?
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about a few days ago. Like, we need to start standing up, whether it be through protesting, whatever. And I really think that like France, for example, is a great example.
Exactly?
I mean, they need to raise wages for people, dude. There are people where I live still getting paid $7.25 an hour.
All right, hang on. Before we go there,
But I don't want to go there. I don't want to go into
Hang on.
that
Okay,
direction.
wait.
I'm
Let me
just
go back
saying.
to the point of expanding. So I understand expanding. Who made the comment? I'm looking at the who made the last comment about expanding the workforce and the effects of women, and then obviously the marginalized. Otherwise, we're going to pay higher wages. Who was that in this group that just made that comment?
Hardy.
That was Hardy.
Okay, Hardy. So let me ask you this then. In that scenario, do we extend that to, a point of illegal immigration too, as opposed to not paying higher wages? Not to make it, at what point do you accept, that we need cost control at a wage level and
Cost
allow.
control at wages will only ever suppress earnings, and when people realize that, they're going to protest and revolt. It's kind of happening now. It happened especially back when gas prices were almost double digits in some places. The reality of the matter is more money is being printed, but the trickle-down economics against which most money is being distributed isn't actually trickling down. It's getting hoarded at the top. When the stimulus packages for people were sent out and individuals received direct payments, the velocity of money increased dramatically. So trickle up, as an alternate theory, seems to be more effective. But the problem with trickle up is companies are forced to compete for the dollars that were so readily given out instead of just receiving it directly. Does that make sense?
Absolutely, and hence the problem is if that's a finite or infinite supply.
It's relative. So we've got the companies receiving, what was it, 2.8 of the $3 trillion in aid that came through COVID. And then the remaining 200 billion was distributed to individuals as stimulus payments. What if those numbers were reversed? How much more, I guess, productive is a weird term to use, but I don't have a better one. How much more productive, or how would the economy have turned out in that situation?
I think that
the way I see it, people would have spent frivolously. I'll let you offer your perspective. Just
no,
I'm of the opinion people will spend at least a little bit, or the majority of it, on their necessities. So think food, think rent, utilities, and then whatever remaining portion is used frivolously. How do you think those hypothetical payouts would have been distributed?
I think if you flop that to 2.8 to the 200 billion, and you flop that, we would have had an expended period of time with upward pressure on wages because more people would choose not to take the frivolous job, supplying the labor, the frivolous discretionary income spending sector. That's
I agree. People will demand higher wages, which will force innovation to make the low value job automatic, or otherwise the people operating those low value jobs more productive, so they can still achieve, let's say, 4 times productivity at an effective $7 per unit hour of work.
Well, you would smoke inflation in the process. You would almost that would make
the money was already printed.
But it has to be spent. The value of it only changes once it's spent, once it's put into circulation.
And you're suggesting that the recipients of the 2.8 trillion in aid didn't spend it?
But I'm saying that look at the results of the cost of labor on the 200 billion at that level. If you flip that, you would have everybody buying and less people working. See how that's more productive. But automation, you make a good point.
It's more productive in that it increases consumption, which in turn can spur production. The downside, of course, is that the really low dollar tasks will need to be automated away. There's no avoiding it. A good example, a good demonstration would be looking at how Kuwaiti citizens live versus Kuwaiti residents. Citizens participate in the oil fund, similar to how it works in Alaska, and as a result, they have effective salaries of $500,000 a year as a pension provided by the state. And then anyone who wishes to live in Kuwait pretty much has to earn their keep, convincing those who earn the pension to exchange the money for whatever good or service they provide. As a result, you basically see babysitters who couldn't make it in their home countries able to charge incredible premiums and live reasonably well, all things considered. I imagine that happening on a much larger scale had the 2.8 and 200 been reversed. That's never going to happen, of course, but to suggest it's impossible or would cause havoc on the market seems a little disingenuous, seeing
you
that
don't
there's
believe
already a Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry to step on you. You don't believe in Copper Murphy's theory that he has to stay in debt to remain inspired or motivated. You're saying if we flip this in, people will still be motivated to be productive, and
No, they will be motivated to consume. There's no guarantee they'll be productive. In
I
practice, in
we're
any
talking about young
company,
people, right? Being motivated.
no,
we need
people in
somebody.
general.
Just people in general. Okay, got it.
We still need somebody to sweep the floors and to talk to.
Right.
Why not a robot to sweep the floor? I mean, there are videos now of robots that can completely clean an entire bathroom. And I don't mean spray water and call it clean. I mean actually scrub shit.
Well, I mean, the argument is that it's not sentient to realize if something is wrong. Like, not really sentient, but it's not, it doesn't have that ability. And that's where a lot of the arguments come in for AI when people talk about, it taking over. And I agree that it's really great technology. But I mean, that's just something to think about. You know what I mean?
The majority of people don't understand that AI is just a very advanced pattern finding algorithm.
Right.
Yeah, so let me throw something in there. We're basically headed to Wall-E. I'm sure you guys have all seen the movie Wall-E.
Yeah, the robot that wouldn't make his.
Wall-E.
Yeah.
Yeah, where all the people are just floating around, fat as fuck, right, looking for the next greatest thing. Like, I think there's a simpler answer to all this to some degree. What I was getting at was saying that this is an American. There's certain things that are unique to America, like our prison system. The way our prison system operates is fairly unique to America. Things like that, and all of it is kind of a butterfly effect off of the American dream, if you will. And people, and this is like a really, you could go really deep with this, so I'm gonna try to say it in really short fashion. But everybody with a smartphone in their hand wants to be entertained to the max every 2 minutes of their entire life now going forward. That's why TikTok is so successful. That's why Instagram Reels are so successful, because it's like 30 seconds, done. What's the next thing? What's the next thing? And I mean, that's why the news stations have to promote crazy shit happening. Oh, there's a shooting here, a shooting there, a shooting there. Like, they report the most crazy things that in the 80s, it might have happened. You never would have fucking heard about it, or you wouldn't have heard about it for weeks. And the news was a little bit different back then, the way they reported things. People have to be entertained at like a maximum level now. And every single individual person wants to be the coolest person in the world, the best looking person in the world, the person with the most money, the whatever. Like, not everybody wants that, but the majority of the American public wants to feel special and individualized and uniquely better than other people and have the nicest car and whatever. And so that, I think, might be part of the cause of people looking to find their own niche to be accepted. Because in the traditional manner of, let's say, the 90s, right, like back in high school in the 90s, right, you had the popular kids, you had the video game nerds, you had the kind of goth, if you will, then you had the band kids, then you had the geeks, then you had the cheerleaders, the baseball players. Like, there was all these like different cliques, right? But everybody kind of wanted to be the most popular guy or the most popular girl, the best looking one, right? And if you didn't get that, you kind of just accepted it, and maybe you were depressed, maybe you did some stupid shit, whatever, but you moved on from it and you found something that you were good at. Nowadays, I think people they feel like they are all guaranteed a spot at the top, and they're like, well, where's mine? But unfortunately, some people don't look at it pragmatically and logically to see, like, I just didn't draw the fucking DNA lottery. There's nothing I can do about it. Like, I'm not going to ever be a NFL linebacker No way, no how, will never fucking happen. I just
Even if
did
you
not.
identify as that, even
It
if
doesn't
you
matter. Like I just will never
Well,
be
nowadays you can
successful.
identify as anything, even as a
Yeah,
fucking
I.
attack helicopter.
I mean, I get it, but like, I will never be successful at that, right? Because I did not draw the DNA lottery to be successful at that.
your point on that, you just made the exact counterpoint on why we can't massively flip the redistribution of wealth to the average person that is so attention starved, because there's an intellect. You know, if cream rises to the top, the smarter, the stronger. Survival of the fittest is very much woven into capitalism and who's at the top and who's at the
So,
bottom.
Avid, may I ask, what benefits do you receive from your job, if you do?
Can you define a benefit?
Health care, paid time off,
I'm
parental
self-
leave?
401k.
Okay.
matching.
You're self-employed. Okay, so as a self-employed person, do you file Schedule C or is it S corp or some other structure?
I am a LLC.
Okay, so do you employ yourself out of the LLC or do you just pay yourself as a dividend as an owner?
It depends on my, because you can flip passive and active income yearly. It depends on what's going on in my. I own an investment company, so depending on the profitability, based off of the pressures of the taxation, whether it's capital gains or earned income, I'll flip that yearly from passive to active, and that depends on what kind of wages I'm claiming as opposed to dividends.
So when you claim wages, you usually pay a Medicare and Social Security tax, right?
Sure, I've got FICA, I've got all of those.
Okay. And how are those benefits paid out?
Meaning, how do I pay them?
No. You're paying into them. That's the tax. But how do you, when you claim those benefits, whenever you need to, how are those paid out? From what pool? Because I imagine
I don't
this.
claim those. When you say claim a benefit, there's nothing that I pay into. I can claim at this point in my life, other than maybe a tax deduction for Affordable Health Care Act. You know, that's paid in a tax rebate. But other than that, I'm paying into something I can't claim yet, like an unfunded entitlement like Social Security. But you know, there's nobody who will. And you know, workman's comp is not paid into through a government entity, and nobody well, they do, but nobody insures the owner of a business under workman's comp. So when you say how I take them out, I'm confused about what
I'm
program.
trying to understand if you participate in any sort of program that allows you to benefit in some way. And it appears like you're the exception, not the rule, in that you don't.
Well, very few small business owners do. You know, you got to look. If you ever go into a small business and you look at what we have to put on the
Oh yeah,
board.
dude, y'all get taxed extra. Fucked. Y'all, it's like, what is it, like 40% you lose?
Well,
it's no wonder this all ties back to lobbying. Who owns these fucking politicians? It's these big corporations. They run the fucking world. That's the way it is, and that's why it will never change.
For everyone else listening, a business earns money, spends money, and pays taxes on what's left over.
Yeah.
A person earns money, pays taxes, and spends what's left over. So I'd much rather be a business and stay as close to barely profitable as I can.
Yep.
Absolutely. And some people will say that that's tax evasion. I didn't write the 55.
It's tax avoidance, not tax evasion.
Oh, but see, that's the slippery slope. I say it's avoidance. They say it depends on what side of the spectrum you're on. And I notice that it's directly proportional, Hardy, to the exact question. If you say who's taking the majority out in programs and who's putting them in, which ties into how the wealth system is structured into comparison to how motivated or inspired one is to remain productive.
So, about the productivity part, any company I've ever worked for in my career, I would say you could afford to lose 25 to 40% of headcount and still maintain productivity. It's the top, let's call it 60% of people, or 60% of a company really is what makes the company run, and sometimes that number is even less. So, knowing that, And knowing that knowing that exists, that disparity exists, and that the entire company is still profitable despite all the dead weight, although you may not necessarily know which people are the dead weight, suggests to me at economic scale, if everyone were truly, let's call it 70% productive instead of a mix of, let's average it out to 30%, how much more growth and wealth and luxury can be experienced in the economy? I have no idea what that possibility is, so I'm just trying to do it for myself.
I mean,
That's a
I would say
great
look,
point.
or go ahead. Yeah.
We're seeing that play out right now with Elon and Twitter, and he asked how productive and how profitable and how much dead weight. You brought up 60%, 28, 40. Again, I'm an avid note taker as well, and exactly right. But we're seeing a microcosm, if you will, of your exact point there on, now again, that's a business model of you don't have to have the bird as opposed to food, housing, and transportation. And then, how important are productive employees versus administrative employees? There's a lot there in your thesis.
Yeah, but what about those people who do put in all that effort and they still get fucked over? Because that's something, I think that's the main reason why people stopped. And I noticed during the 1980s, like just looking back at history, is around when people stopped joining. That's when the decline of the military, and I can put proof in there. That's the decline of people in Congress being in the military, people from the military join the military. And I've just noticed a lot of people just are starting to look at it like hard work doesn't pay off. And for a lot of people, unfortunately, which I know Avid would say is tragedy, and it is, like it just doesn't pay off. And I think that's why people stopped working hard, and why people this whole army of one, like the whole ideology behind, well, they don't give a fuck and I'm not going to either, comes from is the not getting anything for working hard and seeing their parents go through the same.
I mean, I generally don't disagree with people on here too much, but I'll disagree with that to the effect of, let me qualify that by saying some people, no offense, are not as smart as other people. And so working really hard at something really fucking stupid is, you're right, not going to net you anything. But I think if you work hard and you're pretty smart, you can make money, guaranteed. You can get a trade with no fucking schooling. And
I agree.
Plumb, electric, whatever, but you got to be pretty smart. You got to be pretty handy and like whatever to do that. So not everybody is gifted that DNA lottery to be that smart or that gifted, right?
Well, I think it's the belief, man. It's the belief. Like they don't believe in themselves, and that's where that comes from. Like people think they're stupid because they don't think they can learn.
I mean, some people physically aren't capable of being a good welder. They just don't have the hand-eye coordination to do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. For stuff like that, I'm referring to like technology and engineering, like kind of like the simple. But yeah, that
to address the intelligence comment you made, Copper, I'm of the opinion there are 7. I follow the belief of 7 types of intelligence, or 7, let's call them attributes, right? You have those who are word smart, the linguistic folks, math smart, the numerical reasoning folks, the physically smart, the people who are really good with their bodies, music smart, the musical intelligence folks, the people smart, those who are good at interpersonal relationships, self-smart, people who are well aware of their own capabilities, and then visually smart, those who are good at spatial intelligence and spatial logic. Now, everyone, as far as I'm concerned, has some level of these 7 attributes, but distributed in different ways. And at least now, in the current capitalist society, we focus on, let's see, math, people, visual, and maybe word. So,
I mean, honestly,
I don't know how to shift the economy to help the physically smart, the music smart, the self-smart, and the visually smart.
Well, I mean, like, honestly, yeah, I mean, honestly, though, all of those you can make money with.
Absolutely.
Like if you're just a really good looking person, but you're not good at anything else, you can be a star on OnlyFans, Pornhub, Twitch, whatever, or you could go into sports and be a professional sports player, NFL, whatever, So like there's a way to make money with everything you just said. But I think that isn't necessarily true that everybody falls into one of those buckets. I guess maybe
Oh, no.
somebody
I'm
might.
not saying everyone has only one of those 7 buckets. I'm saying everyone has a different distribution across the 7 buckets.
But you're leaving
So
a
on
big
a scale of
portion.
1
Which
to
leads to
10.
one side having to work harder than the other, which
Well,
can
you're
cause
leaving a
people.
big portion out of that, Hardy. You're leaving a big portion. You're
What's the
looking at
gap?
just well, you're just looking at intelligence. You're not looking at mental health and the the nurture nature.
Mental
Well,
health would be self-smart
oh wait,
Before,
or
no.
interpersonal.
before we, without
Well,
going down
mental health
that.
stems from the parents. If
Let me
someone
finish
has a
my
bad upbringing, then more than likely their
point.
mental health is worse than
Not how
Yeah,
others.
they got. But what we're looking at is personality traits as opposed to intellect. So you're looking at openness, conscientiousness, extroversion, agreeableness, and neuroticism. If you're intelligent, but how you take that intelligence and apply it is more of of your humanistic traits as opposed because somebody could be the smartest person in the world, but if they've got um, substance abuse issues or they just some people even make the comment that they weren't given the opportunity because of socioeconomic issues. So, when we put together personality traits, part of that is your intellect, but it's really how you round out as a human being that that is your trajectory.
yeah. Well, what I was saying was like, they're distributed differently, and I agree with Hardy on that point. But that's kind of thinking about it like it's an RPG, like it's Warcraft, or you're starting out in the video game, right? And you can choose banker, farmer, whatever, and it reallocates the distribution points of dexterity and strength and intelligence and whatever, right? But unfortunately, due to I'm not even going to say it. Go watch the movie Idiocracy, and you'll understand what I'm talking about.
At
Unfortunately,
electrolytes.
due to the plants craving electrolytes, and the Secretary of Education that's like firing a double 50 cal turret from the top of the bus, there are some people who do not fill any of the buckets. And they can work as hard as they want, but look, at the end of the day, we need people doing that sort of work. But that's where I agree with Hardy that as soon as a corporation figures out how to replace them with robots and AI, that's the end of it for the people. There's no way a CEO chooses to have to manage people versus being able to have a product or an equipment do the job. Like, there's just no way you wouldn't do it. I can tell you from the experience of being a manager, managing people is the most difficult job on the planet. Aside from maybe like, yeah, I mean it's insanely difficult. Aside from maybe like, I don't know, cleaning out a volcano or cleaning out a fucking sewage plant, maybe that's more difficult. But
You make a point that historically has been proven, and what takes us out of absolutely horrific issues like slavery. If you take a look at what happened to the cotton gin based off of and the technology that replaced a bunch of slaves, there's a argument to be made that historically we leverage technology for productivity, but also for the force of good. And it's been proven. Look at the tractor and what that has done to productivity. So do I think that AI and the computerization and all of that will continue on that trajectory? Absolutely. The one thing that is changing is the moral fiber of what we stand for. Now, will these technologies be used for good like they have in the past, to rise people out of poverty and give them a better quality of life? Or are people not going to look at how they were done, and just fault the system in which that happened? And that's where the educational system is failing.
I just don't think that AI is going to be as. I think it's going to be huge. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think AI is going to replace as many things as quickly as people think it is. Because someone mentioned it's dangerous. That's number one, and number two, it's just a problem of people have to have jobs and money and stuff like that. But maybe this goes back to the point of where that money was. You know how you guys were talking about in other countries how they're getting paid a lot more for services. So I wonder if that's what's going to happen, And I work for Amazon at the moment, mindless.
Yeah, like I don't disagree with you on all that, but I really fucking hope that AI replaces the guy that works at my local Bojangles, because that motherfucker never gets to know.
Yes. You know, that's already happening. Look at McDonald's. They have fucking machines now that can make burgers. It's fucking
I don't
insane.
need him to make the shit. I'm talking about the guy that takes the order. He speaks English. He speaks English perfectly fucking well, but he just hates me, and I don't know why he fucking.
It's because he hates his fucking job. People, when they hate themselves for their job, they put that hate onto other people. It's not something you're doing. It's something that's
He's
wrong with
obviously
him.
projecting, but
Yeah.
basically what Hardy is saying, that if we inverse, which seems to be, the movement of socialism in the past, and I'm not saying he's a socialist, but if we inverse in his example of the 2.8 trillion to the 200 billion that went out in the stimulus, if we give a different change or redistribution of wealth, then the guy at that problem is going to solve itself if that's the direction we go, because the guy at Bojangles is going to have enough money he doesn't have to go to work. And AI is forced to replace those people if you still want your Bojangles biscuit, baby.
Well,
And I love Bojangles as far as wings go.
But Bojangles fucking good. So regardless of all that, though, back to the original conversation about why do we have this uprising of people that feel they need to go to drastic measures to be accepted and to feel happy. And most of them, I think, if the numbers are correct, they still end up being depressed and whatever. And I feel terrible for them for that reason. I've dealt with depression in my life, and it is a miserable fucking thing. I've been to the point where I never thought I was coming back from it. And I didn't get any therapy or anything. I had to drive myself out of it. Like, that's just who I am. Like, if I didn't bring myself out of it, I would have never been able to reconcile it in my mind. And I'm fortunate that I was able to drag myself out of it for the most part. But at the end of the day, like, I feel really bad for those people. But I think the problem, the root cause of why you have these outlying fucking crazy people like Manson and Hitler and these other horrible fucking people, right, in the world that have done terrible things, is a byproduct of the hunt for capitalism to some degree. Like, everybody wants to be the coolest, best, most popular, most accepted, whatever. And if you are an outcast, if you don't fit in, if you need to change your gender or change your identity or change what you identify as to try to fit in, to try to feel accepted, to feel more normal, it's kind of a byproduct of the system that you're placed in, in my opinion. Like, how many of these people are the hottest, most popular? Like, watch that shit on Netflix. What is it, like, Love is Blind and like Island, Too Hot for This Island or whatever, where they get like the most popular, hottest fucking social influencers and put them on a fucking island and see if they can abstain from fucking each other for 2 weeks and shit like that. None of those people are generally trans or identify as different things or whatever, right? Because they already won the DNA lottery. But
that garbage perpetuates it. That's garbage. It perpetuates this idea that the threshold of satisfaction is diminished. And
But it is. It is in a lot of ways. Like, it really is.
That's the problem, though, is like all of this, I think, is a byproduct of the society we live in, of perpetuating the American dream of everybody trying to be the best of everything. And so if you are just naturally disadvantaged, right? Like, there's a scale of, just looking at things very logically, there are some people that are more attractive than other people. Then that's just how it is. Like, that's life, right? And so if you did not draw that fucking DNA golden ticket, which I definitely did not, like, I'm an ugly motherfucker. Like, I get it. Like, you end up trying to find something that you are the best at. And I think everybody does have something that they are the best at. And looking the best is not what makes you the best person. And I hope everybody on the planet figures that shit out. Because, like,
I think the digital world is going to take over on that. And it's going to eventually where people can become whatever they want.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I think online, like massive multiplayer online RPGs could save a lot of people and make a lot of people very happy. Like,
I just
Also, a
think
lot
that
of
it's
companies
enabling a
very
culture of
rich.
I think it's enabling a culture of lack of accountability and accepting self. That is what we live in today.
That is also true.
And you know how dangerous that is? Because guess what? When you build ideologies like that, they become I can't remember what you call them, but I'll just say this. They become the core belief. A lot of the times for people they do. And this is just like, what I've seen in psychology personally, but that's what I believe because people tend to go towards the most easiest thing to do, and that is what's happening now. People don't fucking have any sense of self anymore. It's gone. It's all fucking gone. That's why I don't know. It's just it's terrible.
I agree with some of that. I don't think it's as far to the doomsday line maybe that you think it is, but I don't disagree that
Well, when
people
I'm
have
getting
lost.
Tinder ads 24/7, that shows me that the average person really likes to use Tinder. You know what I
No, I
mean?
get it. Well,
Like
yeah,
that
look, I
is
get it.
alarming to me because
There's a lot of
hookups,
people.
It's just easier. It's a lot
Well, it is.
easier to go
I
that route.
actually look.
Nobody
yeah,
wants
it
to
is.
pour
It's
the
a lot
work
easier,
into it.
but it's not as meaningful. And I think that
But
that is where I draw the
Tinder's a tool. It's all how you use it.
Of
It's not
course,
what
but
it is,
most
right?
people use it as a quick hookup. We can acknowledge that
Sure.
because
At a certain age, yes.
I mean,
when
but let
you're
me ask you this. Because we're all good here at creating plans. Do you think it's a good plan to go on an app where people use it mainly just to get, have a quick time and that's it? I don't think that that's a smart strategy for finding somebody that loves you in a
Well, it
realistic
actually
standpoint.
look.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
Look, I'll actually fucking raise my hand right now and say that I have two friends that met their wives on Tinder. I met my wife on Tinder, and here's the crazy part about this story. Okay. Yeah, here's the crazy part about this story. All right. My first wife, all right, I met her in college and we dated for 8 or 9 years. I didn't want to get married because I saw what happened with my parents. They got divorced. It was a horrible fucking divorce. So did all of my friends. All of my friends' moms were single moms, and we had to go to PSPM after school because our mom couldn't come pick us up until she got off work at 5 or 6 o'clock. Like, I was raised by a single mom. My dad sucked. Like, I saw that shit happen, and none of my friends got married either for the same reason. And we didn't have kids for the same fucking reason. And I lived with that girl for 8 years. Very nice woman, very nice girl. I still am friends with her. She's a very good person. But at probably 9 years in, we decided to get married. And 6 months after we got married, she decided to cheat on me. And we got divorced, and that was the end of that, right? The next girl, I was really depressed for like 2 weeks. I didn't know what the fuck I was going to do. I asked my friends, I'm like, well, what are you supposed to do? Like, how are you supposed to date now? Because back in my day, it was like people you met or MySpace, Facebook, whatever, and or friends of friends, and they said, get on Tinder. I was like, all right, I'll get on Tinder. Like, what do I put on here? They're like, put that you have a job, take a picture smiling so they can see you have all your teeth. If you have a dog, take a picture with the dog. If you have a house, take a picture in front of the house and put your height and your weight, and that's it. I just put on there, I'm 6'6". I've got a job. I've got a Doberman. I've got a house. And I had dates flying out the fucking ass in like 2 days. The first date I went on, she was crazy. My crazy meter hadn't broken. I'm like, you're out. The second date was my wife. I met her. We went to the bar. We hashed out our whole fucking life in like 1 hour. It agreed on religion, kids, everything. And we got married like 8 months later. Because when you're in your mid 30s, you know what you want. You just need the tool to put yourself in touch with people. Because when you're busy at work, you don't have time to fucking meet people, right? So like Tinder's like a gun. You can use it for good or you can use it for evil. It's
Well,
just a tool, man.
Yeah, I'm talking about
Evil
the
for sure.
generation that's coming up that's going to be making all these financial decisions. Like, if you guys want to make plans, I think we should really be thinking about them, like in the main part. Like, and I'm talking like age anything below legal age of course,
and that absolutely applies to what I said previously about people wanting to be entertained on their smartphone every fucking 2 minutes. They want to have sex with somebody different every fucking week.
And I don't get that. I've never understood that. I just never grew up like that, and I see it everywhere.
That's just general dopamine in your brain, right? Like the most exciting part of a relationship is the chase. The first meeting somebody, the game, the trying to figure out how you get into their pants. Like that is the most exciting part about a relationship. And then once you settle down, right, it kind of becomes a little bit more monotonous, and you have to find why you have to really you have to really be tied together.
It's called growth. It's called growth.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just 22, and I'm, like I went after somebody. Here's what I did. I just went after someone whose parents had a successful. Like I made sure, like that while I was, getting to know her, dating, whatever. It was a plus because her parents had a successful relationship. And on average, people who see their parents have successful relationships also have successful relationships because they learn and to build a model off of their parents through growing up and just see how a real relationship is supposed to be ran. But yeah, no, that's just something else to add for those of you single people out there. When you are looking for someone, make sure you don't look for stupid because Jesus.
Are you all done with philosophy?
Yeah, pretty much. I think that's about it.
Jesus fucking Christ!
Yeah, I think we're tapped out on that, bro.
Yeah.
The
Sorry.
concentration of an Einstein, like the man doesn't stop when he goes. There's some questions for you, Cooper, in the chat. Do you still have a Tinder account? How do you know that the second person you met is the exact one for you? Why stop at 2? Maybe the third one is better.
Yeah, but look, I thought the first one was fantastic, and didn't know what I was missing out on until I got the second one. So yeah, look, I guess there could be a third one, but like I said before, I'm fucking ugly and I know myself. And the second one was she's an amazing person, super smart, just a great person in general, and I feel like I can trust her. So the first one,
how do you know she's the best fit for you?
It's, dude, as you go on, like the other person said, growth. I totally agree with that.
I think you can never really know, but you just have like a gut feeling, and usually your gut is right.
I'm not a fucking magician, right? Like I don't know for sure that this stock is going to go up, but I still buy it because I believe in it, right? But like as you get older, into your 30s, you get pretty fucking good at reading people. The more interactions you have with people, the better off you are reading with them. And I don't know. I just trust her. But I can tell you for one thing, the first wife, I instinctively had a prenup with her. And just because I just fucking knew I needed one. The second one, don't have a prenup at all. And I'm worth way more now than I was with the first one. I just can tell.
Yeah, but you're also older than most of us, and you have more experience. I think that also is important.
Well, the other thing is the woman I married has more money than me, so she doesn't really have any reason to fucking try to take my shit because North Carolina is a 50-50 state, so anyway.
I think that's one of the most important things when you're in a relationship is discussing finance. Because, I mean, if you're together and you end up together, after the first 2 years, that honeymoon shit is over. The chase is over. Who's going to fucking pay? Like, do I have to pay for you? Are you paying for my shit? Like, how are we going to work this out?
And that's why I knew she was the one, because we sat down at the bar. We sat down at the bar and hashed that shit out in an hour flat.
And then also like just a general, like a piece. Look, if I was to have met my wife again, like I would have paid for her stuff and she would have paid for mine. Like there was no, this is another problem. Like there is no problem with, just helping each other out. That's what a fucking team does. You're a team when you get married. You're not one-on-one. You're a fucking team. And that is like a huge. Do what?
Why are you talking in past tense?
Well, I'm just saying if you are going for someone is what I'm trying to say. Like you should look for team building, not fucking one-on-one. And I think that's what a lot of people do. They just look for.
So to what you said,
get taken.
To what you said about don't marry stupid, I look, and then some people may find this offensive, but I'm gonna fucking say it anyways. You can kind of look at the person's mom or dad and kind of figure out what they're going to become to some degree. And like, I hope I don't turn out like my dad.
That's why I said to look at their parents. You want to look at
Yeah.
who they're getting their belief system from.
I hope I don't turn out like my dad, but I know that I do have some of the tendencies. But because I know that, I try to fight against it actively. But like my first wife, I hated her mom, hated her. And it ended up just becoming exactly that. Like exactly what happened to me is what her parents did. And I don't know if that's just a one-off, but it was a pretty good fucking indication. Whereas my new wife, I love her parents. They stand for everything that I believe in, and it's great, you know. So I think that's an easy way to see what's going to happen. But as the great philosopher Luda once said, you can't turn a hoe into a housewife.
Amen.
And the same thing applies to guys. You can't turn a fuck boy into a reliable dad.
Or a reliable man in general, because half of those people, like I didn't have a dad growing up, so I had to teach myself what a man was. And I don't know, man. It just feels like a lot of guys I look at now, like they don't take any fucking responsibility.
Well, and that's the unfortunate thing that I went through, and a lot of other people went through as well, is that you had to learn everything from one parent, and it was so shitty that my mom had to go through what she had. I mean, she was working a full-time job, going to school full-time, reinventing her whole fucking life at 34 because my dad left her with nothing, and raising me by herself. You know, luckily my other two brothers were already like in college or whatever. I was like a mistake, but yeah, dude, but you know what, man, like I see a lot of people that like, well, I want to give my kid everything. I want to coddle them and put them through private school and give them everything that I never had. But like, honestly, having to figure shit out on my own with no money in public school and just having to scrap with other fucking people and go through that shit on the streets to some degree, like I would take that life over any fucking coddled ass life.
Yeah, because I mean, you learn. This is where that like experiences come in to build the ways that you handle things. I can't remember the exact word for it, but how you handle things, and I think that that's what really builds a person is those experiences. And I'm happy and thankful that my mom's a racist piece of shit, because guess what? I learned to not be that way. I learned that that was wrong, and I learned how to just be a fucking man and not do the same stupid shit as my parents.
Justin, how old are you?
I'm 22 years old, man.
You sound like an old man, dude.
Yeah, I've been through the military. I'm getting my degree now. I'm focused on making money and trying to start a business, here and there. And like,
well, look, dude, the military is not a bad decision, man. I knew a guy that when he was in the military and utilized his lack of expenses, his lack of having to pay for anything, to use all his money in investments, and he put all of his money into Tesla, and he's rich as fuck now.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm not rich, and I don't want to be.
How long could you be in the army? Like a year?
No,
year and a half?
No. I spent my full 3 years and I got out.
3 years.
Yeah, essentially. Yeah, I mean, I did it's like 2 and some change, but it's essentially 3 years. You can just
The guy I know did like 5 or 7 years or something like that.
Yeah, and no matter how much you do, like I didn't go in with the thought of, oh man, I want to kill people and do stupid shit like that. Like, those thoughts are there a little bit, because I was naive, but it's just a thing of like I went in to help my family and to build something with my wife, and we've been together for 8 years. We've been married for 4, and I just feel like
at 22.
Yeah, we got married at 18. And we both have the same assets, and we didn't need it. We don't, we didn't need a prenup, but we obviously got one. And it just states when we get divorced, if we ever do, we will never have, we won't split anything.
It's almost better in the sense that you don't have that looming over your head.
Oh,
right?
Of course. We just said that it would be safer because people are wild, and we both acknowledge that. So it's, there are people that are fucking crazy, and you never really know somebody until you're in their shoes.
I mean, you go through a lot of development at 18 to 25 and then into 30. Like a lot of people are different at 30 than they were at 18. So I think that's very wise of you. I hope you never have to use it. And dude, man, props to you for having a successful marriage.
I'm just so lucky. My wife
Dude,
is so supportive, man.
having a successful marriage is a fucking rare thing anymore,
just,
and
yeah.
it's not for everybody. It doesn't mean you have to be married. It doesn't mean you have to have a successful marriage to be a successful person. But for the people that want it, it's hard to find. So, I mean, dude, I heard a lot of stories from my buddies in the military about their wives turning into what they called dependopotamuses.
Oh yeah, and I was very scared of that too. But like my
They
wife, like
would
her
just
dad was
sit
a
it
first
like
sergeant, and she
like
had
when you would
lived
get,
that life.
yeah, a lot of my friends, like they would get deployed and their wife would just sit at the fucking house, do nothing, and then end up sleeping with their friends and shit. And it was like the worst thing I ever heard. I'm
I
sure
don't
you
know
know.
if
I'm sure you know somebody in the military that shit happened to.
so many. And you know what? My wife's mom has very bad issues. Like she's a extreme alcoholic. Now I don't know if she ever cheated, nothing like that, but I've seen that happen a lot in the military, and a lot of my stress came from worrying about that. You know, naturally I'm fucking, you know, like I'm young and people are crazy, and I acknowledge that. But I got very lucky. My wife was very loyal to me, and she was good every step of the way. She had no issues. And, you know, and I always tell people, like, if someone does do something behind your back, well, guess what? That's a plus to you. I'd rather get out of this marriage 5 years in than spend the next 50 years in and not know any of that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm very, very thankful for for what's happened for me so far.
Justin.
Yeah.
I have to say, Chad is saying it also. You sound like an old man. You have to be like
Well,
a bank
my dad
cleric
was 80 or 70
administrative.
something when he passed. So I mean, you know, my parents had me very late in life, and this is just the views I got from them. And my mom's still alive. And
I think they're just talking about your voice. I think somebody needs to come over to your house.
oh,
And
I
kick
sound
you
like an
in the
old man. Oh no,
Yeah,
I didn't know that's what you meant. My
we
bad.
should we could send somebody over to your house and kick you in the nuts, raise the octaves a little bit, you know.
Let
He
me
sounds
read
like an
this.
old man because of the shit he's saying. You
Oh,
sound
man.
like my bank cleric, like my personal banker. You sound like
You know,
that,
I
like
used to
he's
work at a bank actually when I got out of the military. That's one of the first jobs I went for, and
Yeah,
I
you
kept
see.
that job for a while.
Yeah, you see.
Dude,
But he's 60.
I want to know
Oh,
I want
wow.
to know more. I want to know more about Simple. You just Simple kind of pops in and out and disappears and appears, but I don't know anything about him. He's like a fucking mystery, dude.
He is wearing that black Edgar coat, as I call it.
Yeah, I
No,
want to know. I
it's
want to know
Adidas.
more about Simple, dude. We're over here talking about our entire fucking personal lives, but we don't know shit about you, man. What's the deal with Simple?
Yeah, how
What's
many
the
wives do
deal?
you have?
Yeah.
0.
Wait, hold on. You can't just assume he has multiple wives, man. That's stereotyping.
Oh no, I didn't mean it like that. I mean like how
No,
many
no. I
girls?
wish it was
Yeah.
always my dream to have multiple wives. But I'm of a wrong religion for that.
Yeah, me as well. Maybe I'll bring that up to my wife and see what she's. No, I'm kidding. No,
So
bro, she'd
Penguin,
kill me.
Penguin, I'm European, right? So
Yeah.
I don't know shit about the States. So this is gonna be a wild guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
From the sound of your accent, I have to say you're from Alabama.
Yes, I am
Am
actually. I
I?
live in Alabama. Yeehaw, brother! Yeehaw!
I think he might have figured that out from like the 19 fucking times you've said you're in Alabama.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh, I didn't. No, I
Yeah,
didn't. I didn't catch that one on.
that's a good guess though. I was born in Tennessee though. So I wish I lived in Tennessee, honestly.
Dude, you really don't have that much of a southern accent for being born in Tennessee and living in Alabama, dude.
Yeah, well, I was raised in Alabama too, so it's like you would think there'd be a hell of a lot more of an accent, but I've tried to get rid of that because I
that's
hate that
impressive.
accent.
I mean, well, it just
Even a
like
fucking European can hear it.
I have a pretty southern fucking accent depending on who I'm talking to, but it's kind of chameleon. Like if I talk to somebody from Jersey, I talk more fucking northern. If I'm talking to somebody from the South, I talk more southern. But I was raised in the South, so you know, dang old son bitch, I don't brag about the bullshit motherfucker down here in the cut. And I heard, I mean, yeah, that's how I normally talk with a southern accent, dang old son bitch. But most people here on the internet don't speak too kindly of that, you know. So I try to dial that shit back a little bit.
I just love
and
the person who
to
said his
answer-
wife is his sister. That's a really good guess.
So
she's more like my 54th cousin. Apparently, everyone is related.
Actually, before you guys judge the South about that shit, I'm going to drop some knowledge on you, okay? In New Jersey, it is 100% legal to marry your first cousin. In the South, that is a crime. There's actually only 3 reasons you can get your marriage annulled in the South. And one of them is finding out that you're related to the person. But in New Jersey, it is 100% legal to marry your first cousin. Look it up.
Damn, I
So
thought you were going to say something interesting.
They give the South a lot of shit about that. But up north, they do it actively because they actually live fairly small town lives. And they like literally live within 6 city blocks their whole fucking life. They're born here, they go to school there, they live here, they die over there, and it's like all within a small circle in some cases. And so they actually end up having to marry their family in some cases.
That's
Cooper,
insane, bro.
what do you do, IRL?
Me or him or who?
No, Cooper. I know what you do. You're a bank teller.
No. I don't work there anymore. I work at Amazon. That's what I said earlier.
What in HR?
Yep. I fired so many fucking people, bro. You don't even want to know. I fired one guy for pissing in front of the Amazon warehouse one time. Anyway,
wow, simple. You're 3 for 3.
Hey, what are your stock picks though? We gotta pick those. Yeah.
Dude, Simple's nailing it, man. So hey, so do you put a black? Do you put like a different color tie on when you fire people? Like, do you put a black tie on when you fire people or something?
I don't wear any specific tie. I just tell them they're fired. Have a good day. See you later, and I'll get like security to escort them either out of the building or off the premises.
Cooper.
And I don't usually fire them. Like, it's not usually my decision. It's someone above me that is their decision. Like, usually. But if I see someone like having sex in the bathroom, like obviously I have to fire them. Like that's
how long do you watch for?
Probably like 30 seconds before I'm like, hey guys, come on.
Cooper, I had a question for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
So what do you do, IRL? Your concentration in the discourse is impeccable.
I don't know what that means.
That means that when somebody is talking or interrupting you, your train of thoughts stays the same. It's generally a feature found in lawyers or public speaking people like sales or shit like that.
Gotcha. Yeah, so I love being right about shit. I love arguing, so that's a good, man, you're picking up on them. You're nailing them today. I'm not a lawyer, but my oldest brother is a lawyer. So that could explain some of that. I do cars. So I don't sell them. I don't sell them though. I fix them. So in general.
Are you a machinist?
I'm not a machinist. I like machinists, but I'm not. I dabble a little bit of everything. So I started out as a technician, bridged on from there, and now I have several different arms of that. But at heart, I'm just a fucking car guy.
Nice.
Yeah,
well, you could do sales. You could do sales.
Sure, yeah, dude. I could probably sell snow to a fucking Eskimo if I had to. And I appreciate you picking up on that. I appreciate the compliment. It's very hard for me to I guess I'm gonna take that as a compliment, but it's very hard. I'm trying to work on my ability to accept compliments because I'm like my own worst fucking critic. So I'm gonna pretend that was a compliment, even if it wasn't, and I'm going to accept it gracefully.
It was. So Dalorach said ugly people usually are good at speaking. That's
yep,
why
my wife's dad is very good at speaking, actually. Don't tell him I said that. He actually was a public speaker. He did like motivational speaking for the army and shit. So yeah, he's fucking ugly though. Like he has a ponytail and shit. It's fucking weird.
I heard that. But
old man with a ponytail. What the fuck are you doing?
Back to my original fucking question though. Simple's diverging, man, trying to evade this shit. Yeah. who is Simple Vice? Like, I just give me like 2 facts about you. I only need 2.
2 facts. Which one? Ask away.
I do not care what they are. Pick just 2 random facts about you that are absolutely true and throw them at me.
What's interesting? I once won a reality TV show.
Yes.
That means he's attractive.
True, but it was like a physical one.
Remember what you said about reality TV.
Dude, I know. I heard it. All
No,
right, so
but
that's
this
fact.
was a
That's fact number
physical.
1.
This
What
was a
else you got?
physical. I don't know. I don't know what's interesting.
What's your favorite car?
A
Okay.
Porsche.
All right, I know everything I need to know about you now.
Nah, not so sure about that.
I know your social security number, your birthday. No, I'm kidding.
Credit-
I don't know
credit
what
score.
y'all have over there, but whatever the social is.
I was gonna ask what his favorite food is because he's in a completely different society than we are.
Nah, it's all the same. The globalization has taken everything away. Meat, eggs, whatever.
Are you not from the US, Simple Vice?
No, as you can hear from the accent. I'm
Oh,
Croatian.
European brothers from Belgium.
Yes, but I'm Eastern, so I'm Balkan.
Yo, Simple, I think they put a video of you in the comments.
Yeah, I've seen it. It's not a voice. It's not a voice show. That's for sure.
Bro, if this guy ever
Bulgarian.
gets in Wall Street Bets, I'd be so happy. Can we find this guy on social media and ask him to come in here? Please.
Cooper, I'm giving you
What's
another
going on,
question,
Georgia?
and I'm gonna go ask away. Dude, I love the chat. I said I'm Croatian, and somebody said, "Are you Bulgarian?" Like it's amazing.
So, what does Wall Street Bets, the TV channel right now, involves around? Does it involve around like the stock market and so forth, or is it mostly like a Discord server where we talk here and there?
It depends on the hour. I think before the market opens, it's usually plays, and then after it is the degens who have a lot of free time or some time to talk. That's it. It was more structured when we were on Reddit. There was a lot more people. Because for some reason, people are too retarded to verify on Discord. It's fucking unbelievable. It's amazing.
Yeah,
Really is amazing.
I looked into Wall Street Bets on Reddit and even on Discord, but I cannot find like a lot of people talking about certain meme stocks or positions that they're in. It's usually some shit posting about Jerome Powell or something that's trending like the banking issues at the moment.
What's happened with banking? Did anything else start popping off with that, or what? I haven't been paying attention because I haven't been really trading that often.
Well, I am trading. Well, it started with Silicon Valley Bank and then it spread a bit worldwide, the fears, but the fears are unlegitimate.
Leandro, can I ask you a question? Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, sure.
What would you describe Wall Street Bets, your experience in one sentence? I'm genuinely curious. So you thought that Wall Street Bets is something, and now that you're here for a certain amount of time, how would you describe it in one sentence?
Okay. I wanted meme stocks to get rich, bro, quickly with options. And now I'm here talking about life stories.
Can we use 3 words? Can we use 3 words?
Somebody wrote 3 words.
We are. I love that. Nice. Yes. I was gonna say unorganized, funny, and what was the other word? Cool, I guess. Some of the shit y'all guys do is just cool. I don't understand some of the shit y'all do.
think that's a far-fetched concept.
Yeah, but like you would underestimate the power of like a large community such as Wall Street Bets, what they can actually do, especially to institutional short sellers. And if we
Leandro,
if
my
we
friend,
The problem is
I know where this is going.
you have to have
There's no
something to
we.
you. Yeah, you'd have to have something to unite us again, and that's going to be tough to find.
Yeah,
yeah
there's no we.
and if Wall Street Bets was like more organized and we would like
And
unite
we
and
were being
pick.
indicted. Do you know what the indictment means? We will be prosecuted.
Yeah.
Really?
You can't unite us like that because then it would get shut down immediately. That's not how that works. I wish that was how it worked, but that's not it.
But what is illegal about buying calls or opening?
What's illegal about 13 million people sharing the same agenda and pushing forward to one goal? First, it's a Ponzi scheme. The dumbest always gets fucked.
So everyone, never mind. But yeah, I can
No,
agree
no,
with that. And
this
also,
is
it's
interesting.
also collusion. I guess you could say collusion in the
So,
dumb
Leandro,
term.
there are cults on Reddit that are only for one stock. You know, there's plenty of them that are all about the stocks. They, DRS. They're gonna fuck the hedges, fuck the shorts, whatever. So there are plenty of communities out there that think they're special. So maybe join there also. We don't want to lose you, but you know.
So it's okay. Hey, Simple, can you tell us more about this paper trading thing?
Yeah, you should all join. Leandro, you're a new member. You should definitely join the paper trading competition on Wall Street Bets. You can find the post. Just write paper trading, and yeah, it's great fun. We do it every year, and at the end of it, we see who is the best and who is the worst trader out there. And you don't even have to put your money in. It's
This
free.
is the first time I'm competing, so get ready to get smoked, you fuckers.
Yeah, I'm curious. Maybe some of the old mods are gonna also jump in.
What if no one
so
makes money? That would be so funny. Like someone
Yeah.
just loses everything.
Oh, somebody posted, I think, the link in the comments. Let me.
Yeah, I'm watching
Yeah,
now.
yeah. Landro, go there, comment, and you'll be in the. So let me ask you something else, Landro. So what is the stock that you want to try to rally? You can talk freely here.
A specific stock I want to rally.
Yeah. You've been talking about meme stocks. So what is the sin? The sin. What is your sin?
What about
Is it
Coinbase?
GME?
What about Coinbase? Coinbase is being shorted a lot, and
Coinbase is not a meme. Come on.
I got a real meme. Ree!
No. Let him speak. Landro, what's your meme?
Well, I don't have any. That's why I come to Wall Street Bets to find out.
Yo, Lean, just look into REEE. I think that's the ticker, if I'm not wrong. RE. They're an automotive company.
Do not buy that.
Not saying to buy a bunch of it though, because we've been talking about this before. I've already made money on it and it's sold, but I bought some back recently because it went down.
Oh, dude,
I'm not telling you to buy though. It's a
Dude,
meme.
that reminds me about the story I wanted to tell you guys about. You can look it up in the news. Fucking Carvana got in trouble for selling a stolen
Rental car.
Maserati to an army vet.
So there's one company that I'm waiting for it to hit the stock market. It established in 2009, but due to certain conditions, they didn't go public. But there is some word on the street that it's gonna go live. But it has a a fucked up name, boys and girls. So I'm gonna put it in the chat. So I'm not the one to say it.
Oh, I like that one. I'm gonna go ahead
Yeah,
and
it's unfortunate that that's the ticker, but yeah, it's a joint venture
yeah,
by
that is racist. I agree.
Gazprom and Nigerian National Petroleum.
I just like the meaningness of it. Sounds like something a bunch of people could make go up.
No memes, no memes. This is a great opportunity because Russia needs to push their gas through different company, and yeah, there's some possibility that Nigerian National Petroleum Corporation is going to be the one.
If there wasn't a link, I never would have fucking believed that.
Yeah, kind of sketchy, huh, boys?
It's NGAZ is what it is.
I never would have believed that was a thing.
I was wondering why I couldn't find it for a minute. I was like, where the fuck is this?
Oh no, you can't find it. You're looking at the Bulgarian market. That's not.
Oh,
that's not it.
Okay, my bad. I was like,
that's not it.
Yeah, well, there's one named NGAZ. Yeah, oil and gas
Yeah,
exploration. Got it. How can we buy this though? Like, how would I? Is it on
We still
TV?
can't. We still can, but it's a very interesting company.
Another interesting. Or go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I was gonna say the German market. If you guys get into like the German market as well, I think you can trade. I don't know how long their market is open, but I remember when Palantir was a big thing, people were trading in on the German and on the American market. It was fucking awesome.
Let me check something. Opinion. If you hate the veterans, still don't say anything.
Thank you.
God damn, opinion still hates veterans.
God damn. Looks like I'm gonna need to send a letter to Congress about him.
Yeah, he also can't fucking play music.
No, I kicked the bot. No, I told him to remove it.
Yeah, shit's annoying, but
yeah.
Sometimes it isn't though. Like sometimes when there's not very many people in here, it's kind of nice.
Are you working now, Penguin?
Well, no, today I'm not working. I'm actually trying to quit this job that I'm at. I'm looking for jobs right now because I'm trying to leave this place because I haven't had to come into work in a little while, and they've been talking about laying off people in HR where I work. I don't think I'm going to get laid off, but it's just the fact of if it was to happen, I want to be prepared. But I am already. I have enough money, like I'm chilling. But it's just a thing of I want to find a different job regardless in tech. And I'm also writing a letter to Congress right now, or to my local senator, about certain things about the VA that need to be changed in a bill that he's going to be making. And yeah, I mean, just been doing that a lot of. Someone gave me the advice to go to him, and it was really helpful. So thank you to whoever that was. Do what now?
I have to be honest with you. I hate HR people. Whoever works in HR is a fucking scum of the earth.
I hate being HR, so you're not alone. Fucking can't stand HR, dude. These fuckers, they're the most politically fucking correct people, and everything I say, well, not everything, but most of everything I say has to be so politically correct, it makes me fucking cringe. When I talk to people at work, I cannot cuss. I cannot look at them weirdly. I can't even, if I so much blink with one eye and they perceive it as winking, I could be fired for that. And someone has gotten fired indeed for winking at someone, which they did, but it was just a thing of like, what if that was just a tick of theirs or some shit, like, or like a random tick or something?
Yeah, I got a guy. I got a guy at work who constantly does this. Listen, with his hands. He has a tick.
No,
Yeah,
God.
Like he works at our company, and I asked him because I don't want to make jokes out of it because like somebody could be born with that shit, you know.
Or maybe it's just a nervous tick, like people, not like, it's not a disability, but it's just a tick that they do. Like some people, like for me, I play with my hands a lot, which I've been trying to stop because it's a fucking bad thing to do, because I'll do this like this power symbol with my hand, and I got in trouble at work the other day or a few days ago for it. Yeah, just go look up the Trump power symbol like that he makes with his hands, and you'll know what I'm talking about. And someone was like, "Oh, Trump does that, blah 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 blah," and I was like, "Well, I'm not doing it
The thing that bothers me the most about HR is they're only politically correct when it benefits them.
100% of the time, yes.
Like when we had like company outings and stuff, they had like an event for the certain departments, and it was like a DJ and whatever, and it was pretty fucking boring because we're all pretty fucking boring people, and we're just like standing around talking to each other. And then the next night they did the same event for the HR folks, and the building was literally like fucking vibrating. I was like, what the hell is going on down there? Like, I opened the fucking door and peered in, and the HR people are like grinding on the ceiling. Like, the shit was
What the
crazy. I
fuck?
mean, there was like half of them weren't wearing fucking clothes. There's like foam everywhere. There's balloons. They're like, two of them are like just banging in the corner. Like, I'm like, what is going the fuck on over here, dude? They just let loose when it benefits them, dude. They were the most un-HR HR I've ever fucking seen in my life. But how do you stop that? You don't. Like, it just, we just, I just slowly closed the door and walked away.
Opinion, write me in the comments. How the fuck do I invite people that are in the audience? That, like, do they have to have their hands raised, or?
Yeah, they do, I think. What?
So right click and what?
That's new.
No, I only see invited server. Maybe am I an admin here? Scroll where? Invite to speak. Oh, fucking hell, mate. Yeah, it's
So-
fucking dumb UX.
About this guy at my work. Yeah, so like about this guy at my work. So I started in January at this work place.
Leandro,
Yeah.
where do you work?
I work at a cybersecurity distributor in my country.
What's a distributor in cybersecurity?
It's the party between the vendor and resellers.
Huh?
So you have the end customer, you have resellers, you have the distributor, and you have the vendors.
So you mean payment processor?
Yeah, I mostly I work in sales, so I need to make sure need to acquire and foster new resellers and existing ones within within driving the sales of different cybersecurity vendors such as Fortinet, Zyxel, WithSecure, different kind of brands. Rapid7, also publicly traded company. Those kind of vendors,
And in the meantime, you use the servers to mine Bitcoin.
Yeah, who would know? So, but I started at this place, and there was this guy, and he was always doing this
Okay.
with his hands, and I was like, okay, and he explained to me that it was a nervous tick, and I asked him like, did you grow up with it? Was it like something you had through childhood or whatever? Like, and he said, he said, I never had it. That's the shittiest thing about it. He never had that tick, but through certain circumstances in his private life, he developed this tick, and now he's stuck with it.
Hey,
And
cocaine is a hell of a drug, bro.
yeah.
So who here thinks that Leandro is actually jerking off and he's fucking us?
No, it's not.
He's just using the story to jerk off.
I cannot turn on my camera, but it's like just
No.
doing
There's a
Oh,
lady
that
here.
sounds too good to me. You can't be doing that. Come
Yeah,
on.
there's a lady here. You can't.
Don't tell my wife you
can't
were
jerk
doing that.
off
She'll be upset at you.
publicly.
All right, I got something you could apply to your daily life, but I'm not going to tell you it right now. I'm going to wait.
Opinion is here. He's gonna
Yeah,
gonna
let's talk
guide us.
about penny stocks. You guys want to talk? Can we talk about that?
Yeah.
No.
Oh,
Does anybody have any really good penny stocks they want to just shill really quick to me?
Can we talk about a stock that last week was not a penny stock, but now it is a penny stock?
Yeah, let's do that. That's even better. That's a good.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
BBBY.
Yeah, so SSBNY, Signature Bank. I had one share after I shorted, got a bunch of puts, made some money on that, but I still had one share. It was worth $70. It opened up for trade on OTC at 50 cents. Right. So it went from 70 to 50 cents. I bought 1,000 shares, of course, and it went down to 12 cents, I want to say. So I did what any reasonably intelligent person would do, and I bought another 1,000 shares. And now it's up.
Sounds like
Now it's
GME
up to
people.
fucking it's up to 19 cents now, bro.
Yeah,
You
but the
know?
thing is it's down like, God damn, it was at $365. That's $1 for every day of the year. But god damn, dude, that's fucking crazy.
That
Yeah, so
sounds exactly like GME.
Yeah, well, Hertz. Let us not forget the story of Hertz. Okay, Hertz rental car did the same fucking thing, except the bankruptcy might have been a different type of bankruptcy. Correct me if I'm wrong about that. And there's different chapters and whatnot, but they went from, I don't know, like 20, 30, 40 a share, whatever, down to like 2 pennies, a penny, some shit like that.
When was this? Because this doesn't reflect on the chart at all.
During COVID.
Oh, okay.
Hertz went bankrupt. Avis went from, I don't know, like 300 a share down to $5 a share. And then Avis went all the way back up to 500 a fucking share. And anybody that had Avis stock, like they worked for Avis, basically their entire staff fucking changed out after that because they all sold their shares and quit their jobs. They made an absolute fuck ton of money. And Hertz, their shares were hovering between 0 and 2 pennies with the assumption that their stock was going to be completely wiped out, right? But the way they did their bankruptcy, those shares remained intact and they came all the way back up to $20 a share. 2 cents to $20 a share. Okay. Will that happen with Signature Bank? I'm too stupid to know the answer to that. I'm going to assume no. But I'll throw $500 at it and see what happens.
Right.
So Leandro, there's the play for you to lose some money.
Yeah, if you want to lose some money, bro, just follow me. I'll lead you to the fucking.
I mean,
promise.
I've made more money on penny stocks than I have from regular stocks. I don't know why every time I invest in a penny stock it goes up, but I have great luck. I don't think I've ever been in an unsuccessful penny stock yet. Not yet, at least. I know it's coming, but not yet.
I don't mess with penny stocks at all, just because there's too fucking many of them. I like to stay focused.
I don't know if you guys know about sins, but I remember when I got into that shit went up like 1,000% or some shit in like a fucking few days. It was fucking insane, bro. I made so
boys
much money.
and girls. We'll talk. Stay strong.
Can you guys hear me?
If
now?
you put puts on my penny stocks, you'd be losing like $80,000 by now.
Last thing
they can
fucking
hear you.
Dude, the last
I'm gonna
thing
find. You know what? I'm gonna find another penny stock one day, and I'll tell you about it, and you can just watch.
please do. But the last thing I'm gonna do is do options on.
No, don't do that. That's a terrible fuck. I just bought shares, bro. I'm not doing no options. I made like 50 grand from penny stock.
Can you guys hear
50,
me
60 grand, something like that.
Yeah, we can hear you, Georgia. What do you want to say?
Yeah, what's up, man?
Oh, I had like loads to say, and I wanted to say it to Vice, but now he's gone. But no, I know you guys go into the ins and the outs and the longs and everything and the military and so forth. Delta continues to climb. DAL, Delta Alpha Lima. Delta continues to climb. So when you guys are talking, I'm making money.
I'm also making money. I've made like 3% today so far.
You know what? I have also made exactly 3%.
Oh, nice.
3.10. Yeah.
Yeah, but like it's a green day, like 3%. Like we're Wall Street bets. We're supposed to a 3% green.
That's what I
If
was
you
going to say.
made 3% a day for 100 days, your account would be up 300% in 100 days.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say about your 1,000% gain. Like, I remember my first part-time job too. If I'm not making like 100,000% gain, I'm in the wrong spot.
Yeah. I just look for what
seen-
everybody's talking about, like what are people talking about
Well,
on YouTube?
that's actually a very valid strategy. Following the hype train, like do not trade against the market. Like,
and honestly,
if everybody wants to blow Elon and everybody loves Tesla, it's generally not a good idea to go against Tesla, despite whatever opinions and truths you may have about it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that.
So like, but I still do it because I'm an idiot. But the fuck was I gonna say? Oh, dude, the Ion Q has their earnings. Is it tomorrow? Ion Q earnings on Thursday. They're going to report, the estimate is they're going to report an earnings per share of negative 12 cents a share, but I think they're going to beat it. So just with the uptick with AI, thanks to ChatGPT, the whole quantum computing sector is taking off. And Ion Q does hardware as well as software, as well as everything else. And they're one of the few that does the hardware outside the big companies like IBM and Google. So, yeah, it could pop up. It's up 6% today. Could just be because of the earnings, probably is. But, and if I was smart, like Hardy, I would have got puts and calls and rode the IV up and then sold the puts and rode the calls through the fucking earnings. I don't know how much he killed it on GME, but he obviously fucking killed it. And most people don't like to hold calls through earnings, and I guess that's a reasonably smart decision. But as a gambler, I think you got to hold it through earnings, man. Like, it worked out really fucking good for everybody that held them through Facebook earnings, as I did. That was my biggest win this year by far, was holding options through Facebook earnings. Holy fuck.
Have you guys heard about the Facebook data center that's being built in Alabama? It's like the biggest one in the world that they've ever built, and it's taking like 20 years for them to actually build it out.
It won't take them anywhere near that, dude. They built one near where I live.
Yeah.
They built one closer to where I live and had it done in 2 years flat, and it was fucking large. It was so big they had to reroute the entire fucking interstate. They literally paid the county to build an entire interstate like 2 miles around their shit.
Well, the reason I'm saying it'll take 20 years is because the contract is a 20-year contract, and these construction people are not going to work. They're not obviously not going to, get out on that money. But these people are making like $3 million. They're like spending like $3 million or some shit a day or something like that. I heard from one of the contractors, and yeah, they're building the biggest data center in the world is what they're trying to build down here. I live like 20 minutes away from it. I almost thought about applying to work there.
I'm like sort of confused as to why, because I mean, just in general, the Gulf of Mexico has more natural disasters than other areas, right? Like flooding, tornadoes, hurricanes, shit like that. Like, why would you put it down there? Also, I'd like to point out that since I mentioned SBNY, it's up 3 more pennies, which is more than it fucking did yesterday. The sheer power of this fucking Discord is moving an entire market cap.
I wish I could. I would have bought some right when you said that, but I can't buy it on Robinhood. I'm trying to transfer my shit over back to TD Ameritrade right now.
Bro, get the fuck off. Get the fuck off of Robinhood.
I fucking can't stand Robinhood, dude. I honestly, I just had this account for a long time, and I have some money in TD, but just not nearly as much I have in Robinhood right now. But I've made more money on Robinhood than I have, like comparable to the other account. Yeah, TD's the best, bro. I don't care what anybody says. Like TD's always going to be the best.
Dude, I have like ride or die fucking respect for TD now because of GME.
Well, yeah, me too,
Like,
because I was making like 10 grand off of that shit, bro. It's crazy.
dude, well, I mean, that's what brought me to Wall Street Bets originally. I was one of the OG GME fucking simps that followed everybody else in because of that shit. And the TD Ameritrade was like the only fucking broker that was still letting you buy that shit unrestricted as it was going down. They didn't fucking turn anything off. They didn't throttle shit. They didn't meter it. They would let you fucking take your margin and just shove it deep into fucking GME.
Yep, that's what I was doing too. That's why I told people like never use margin because I could have lost a lot of money.
Yeah.
I bought like I think all in all I bought like the cumulative shares that I had bought and sold was like $500,000 worth, which wasn't worth the profit I got, but I was day trading it, so I made a little
Dude,
bit at a time.
every fucking year that I turn my shit into the IRS, it's like fucking 100 pages. And I think last year I traded like $1.8 million total and only made $6,000 profit. But that was last year.
Stay more away from the penny stocks.
Yeah, I can agree with that statement. It's probably better if you don't do that
Probably
sort of
better
stuff.
for most people. It works for some. It just depends on.
And if you do get into it, don't use anywhere above 1% of your total account value, so that way, you're not being dangerous.
What happens is your account will grow. Your account will grow. It'll like be a times 4 from what you had in there, and then you do file those taxes, and if you're doing it correctly, yeah, there is quite a few sheets of paper involved. And the thing is, just speaking from personal experience, that's the you're experiencing the after effects, or even like the bottom feeder effects, and not no insult, because I'll do it today. No, uh, not trying to make a statement personally, but like in my own accounts, when I would up the ante a little bit and also exhibit more patience, then the profits were better. The sheets of paper were smaller, and the the penny stocks for avid traders, they're it's the taxes are going to come head on at you. In fact, yeah, you know, it's like a thing. It's not necessary to do that. And then what happens is that when you want to take a position after that, depending on the cyclical uh, period of time that you're in, is that you wish that you had all of those shares. So the question is how to play the bigger shares like the mutual fund managers are playing, and to do that without a loss. And a lot of times, at least this personal experience speaking, it's not the options trade. That's not what you're going for. What you're going ultimately, it is what you're going for. But in the meantime, follow what the large movers are. And if you can't buy 100 shares, then you can't buy 100 shares. Just buy whatever shares you can, get out, and then eventually you'll land yourself into a really nice piece of cake.
Is it similar to the birthday cake that Rihanna speaks of?
No, I don't know about that. I was just talking about personal experience.
Got
It's
it.
it's
Got it.
it's been my experience. I've been all over pennies. I've been all over the mediums, and yeah, think about where the most of the money in America, where the decisions are made, and they're made in Washington D.C. And they're not interested in the pennies. They're interested in our defense and in what's strong for America. Those are going to be the higher price stocks. So it's a challenge. It's always a challenge. It's an everyday type of challenge.
Be right back, boys. I'll be right back.
Delta DAL is on the rise, and it's not going to go. It's not going to go down.
Hmm. All right. Well, I'm gonna go back to the real world and peace out. Word to all your moms. I love you, and talk to you later.
Yeah, and I appreciate his voice, being out there. And he has a lot of interesting things to say, a lot of interesting plays, and a lot of facts as well. So he's definitely a contender to be listened to. My opinion.
Georgia, what's your avatar? What is that? A samurai on horseback? What is that right there?
Yeah, that is a about made in about 1902 to 1910, bronze samurai on horseback. Yeah, I own that. I'm involved in selling it. I will be selling it. The rudder comes off, which is quite interesting because um, well, it just comes off. There's a lot of things about it. You got to get into it, and so forth and all that. The thing was like, oh, I don't have the number. It weighs a lot. It's extremely heavy, and it's a lot bigger than what it looks.
Gotcha. Very cool.
Yeah. So yeah, I get a taste for what people. I get a taste for what's what's rare and or what people want to buy, and what the market's doing, where the stresses are, who's under distress, and who's not, and also what's moving. I'm not a hardy or like a loser ventures, but I will follow the money, and I will come afterwards in a smaller way, and but I do take my profits.
Kind of sounds like a ghost town in here. I do have some good news. Reddit approved the ads. So I can run the. I can promote one of my websites. Yes, I tried to push the envelope on what's allowed. I'm gonna shoot for $3 CPM. See what that gets me. If you have
Hey,
experience with Reddit ads, happy to hear about it.
hey, Hardy, are you interested in contract work? I'm just
Depends.
um, so so there used to be this CNN host. Um, hmm, hmm. Hold on a second. I got this.
All right. No idea, but I'm also looking to see how I can add push notifications. Yeah, so that people get notified when the new plays drop. Like, I'm also trying to figure out how to automate this so that it'll create a post on WallStreetBets so that any comments will be directed there. You know what I mean?
Hello. Congratulations on your site.
Well, thank you, Jam Jam. Hopefully it means Reddit can no longer cancel me.
I'll be there. I'll try to listen or try to check out your site.
Oh, I'm not trying to host talks on that site. Just posting the DD so that in the event my account gets get shut down, at least the DD will be there, and I'll start looking to see if I can transcribe the Q&As, get that hosted there as well.
Speaking of that, my Roku starting to, I guess it's starting to blow up.
I wanted to chime in on the American Delta Airlines. Been at a lot and on the move. Also, Hardy, a lot of options investments coming into Delta Airlines.
Hello, okay, that's a lot better.
you mean, what are we playing, Skipper? I mean, there's no we, let's be clear about that. But the plays I put up, the unique ones were Coke, Silver, and AU. The KO is the Coke ticker, SLV is a specific silver ETF, and AU is another ticker.
I think it's really, really crazy how fast AI is moving nowadays. It's like a new paper coming out every week.
Well, those papers have been probably written by AI, at least in part.
I don't think AI is that intelligent yet.
Have GPT-4 write something for you, or look at my due diligence, Jake. The stuff that I put up on WallStreetBets in the voice of another person. Those were rewritten by GPT-4.
Okay, but what we're looking for here is like AGI, true sentience in a computer being, right?
It's not meant to be true. It's not true sentience in this case. It's more along the lines of rewriting findings in an academic paper format.
Oh, I saw PDF GPT. Is that what you're referring to?
Sure.
I don't even know if we want computers to be sentient though. That's the thing. What can they do for us if they're sentient that they can't otherwise?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Say you have like a sentient being on a computer, right? What is the advantage of it being sentient? It's just gonna be in pain the entire time and screaming. And how do we know we're sentient, man? I mean, that's a fundamental question here.
Did nobody tell you it's all a simulation?
No, Elon Musk did mention that a few times. I bet he's very upset, about selling his shares in ChatGPT and OpenAI. Well, he says he founded it, but he tends to found a lot of companies he didn't found, right? Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
Hopefully you gain a couple more wrinkles that way, Stipper.
Yeah, the founders of companies, they never stick around to open the junk mail. Wow.
I mean, one thing he's done quite well is his public perception, though. He's managed that quite well until now, right? We'll see what happens on April the 1st.
So heard it artificially inflating traffic on websites. I know this chick, Darren Kagan. She's 60 years old. And she might need help in this area.
I mean, you can hire like click farms in India, which is like a full warehouse of Indian people just clicking on a button every single day. It was actually in Silicon Valley.
All right, guys, I'm going to be honest. I am a little bit done with this conversation. So I'm going to stop the streaming here and continue working on some of the back end work for the Discord. But I guess we'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in, guys.